welcome back everyone, welcome back to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. The Sparkling Tuna Cup number 141, your weekly open tournament here on the CranKy Ducklings. I'm Coach Side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players and by the people in chat as well. Welcome one and all to our weekly open tournament, to the longest running tournament in all of StarCraft 2. Longest running open cup, I should emphasize. We are jumping into our first series of the broadcast. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys wish to have a look at the back yourselves, because the bracket is live. The bracket is a little bit leaner here this week. I mean, when it comes to the quantity, again, we still have plenty of players, but typically we have some heavy hitters. We have Classic, Hero, Shin, Solar, Björn, Nightmare, Zaun. This week, the Koreans are MIAs, so no Koreans competing here tonight, none of the big ones. This does leave things open for some of our other competitors here. Let's go, let's jump on in. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Rainfall, we have the Ukrainian Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Hokagu T team. It is Mini Zerg UA. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran himself. It is Jelka. As well, let us go. We are jumping into our first series, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is combat time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Best of luck as we're settling into Rainfall. Rainfall, of course, being one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Short rushes is by ground. Aggression here is going to be favored, and we'll see how aggressive Chelka is going to be. Coming into this matchup here, Mini Zerg, of course, is a younger up-and-coming player in the scene, in the region. Has been improving quite heavily over the past year. I say past year, really over the past 8 months. Over the past 8 months has been getting better and better and improving as a player. Still has a way to go, but has been showing that improvement, has been competing that much more, has been that much more active. Meanwhile, Chelka, he is still likewise still another up-and-coming player as well. I would like to believe that these two are relatively close in skill. I still lean towards Mini Zerg overall, just because he has been improving that much more. But we'll see how Chelka does compare. We'll see. We shall see. For now, we're getting into our standard openers, settling into our own ranks expand. Likewise, we have our own hatch gas pool out of Mini Zerg as well. Hope you all had a great week of StarCraft, by the way. We've been live with the OSC. We have the RSL events over the weekend as well. It's been very intense. But of course, RSL is going to be taking a bit of a hiatus, at least until BlizzCon, so until September 13th. So our weekends are going to be a little bit more free here to get back into our regular schedule. Remember that Sparkling Tuna Cup is originally on Sundays over the weekend, but has been pushed to weekdays because of RSL. Now that RSL is wrapping up, finally the weekends are free again, and we can once again go back to our Sunday broadcast. So technically this week we do have 2 STCs. We have STC here on Tuesday, and we have another Tuna Cup on Sunday as well. We'll have another Tuna Cup. More content, more StarCraft. Let's go. Once again, we got free to embrace. Meanwhile, our Finisher Reaper here does poke in. It does poke in towards the mineral line. Nothing crazy, nothing wild here, as the first drone is gonna be forced to morph. Won't be saved. Also, will be saved. Won't go down. Nice save here by Mini Zerg. Again, just keeping up here with Chelka. Nothing crazy. We're just poking, prodding. No drone should fall. And likewise, the Reaper should not go down either. It's going to be on Chelka to just get a read on the third base timing. Whether we stay on 2 bases, whether we claim extra gases and go for something more tech heavy. As we can see here, Mini Zerg has pulled out a gas and he is claiming a third base not too late, so we're just getting into a standard game state. Chelka is mixing things up though. That is a third CC before Starport, but that is a second Rax before Starport as well. That's a 3 CC 2-1-1. Okay, so what does this mean? This means we're going to go into less Hellion production and more Marine production into earlier stim. It's going to be an earlier stim timing here out of Chelka. Usually this coincides with 2 to 4 Hellions though. You can see here this tech lab is too early. Usually you keep the factory on the reactor to be able to make 2-4 Hellions, and then you add-on swap into the second racks to get into stim, while the other racks gets to get into reactor marine production, while the other racks is working on stim. Here this is a unique variation, getting an early tech lab on the factory and an early tank. Now because of this build, this means that stim is delayed. usually you get the add-on swap going and then you get stim as quickly as possible with that tech lab on the racks. And you can see here he wants to float over, but he chose to get a tank instead first. So this will delay stim, does mean we will have one early tank. Interesting variation here by Chelka. Interesting. It's a little bit weird because it's only one tank, and we're not going to go into additional tank production behind this either. It's going to be factory into reactor into add-on swap into reactor to medevacs. So interesting choice here that Chelka has chosen to go for the early tank, delaying stim, instead of what we would usually see here is a pair of Hellions. Okay. Okay. We'll see if he can make use of this or if he just leaves it at home. The power of the Hellions instead of tank is Hellions would give Chelka some map control. Right now, there'd be Hellions, you know, chipping away at the creep, of course, nibbling away at the front door, maybe poking in and getting a drone kill, but keeping the creep at bay, keeping tabs on Mini-Zerg when it comes to his growth, when it comes to his saturation, when it comes to his build-up. Because of this early tank, this means that Chelka is lacking any map presence. So in general here, I do think this is a worse variation. I'm not too fond of the early tank here. It does make for a weaker early game. So a weaker start out of Chelka. Mini-Zerg behind this, just burning, saturating, building on up. Again, it's free to drone up into 3-base saturation, 4th base just for larva. The same timing is coming, and again, it's hitting a little bit later because of the early tank, but now we are starting to move out, and Mini-Zerg does spot the move out. Is aware. Is where the move out, is where the push. I see in the chat there's a pig qualifier today. There is one in around 2 hours time. That does mean that if players wanted to play in the qualifier and if they were expected to make it into the semis or finals, then it would clash. It would overlap. That is a bit of a shame. It is a shame. But Pigsty is a bigger event, so I would imagine that a lot of the Koreans do want to compete in that. But that is, I would imagine, the reasoning as to why we're missing, you know, Beyond or Classic or Shin or some of the other regular top Zerg players. Just because they would be expected to make it far in this event, and they would also be expected to qualify for Pigsty, right? So they did have to prioritize which one to go for, which is fine. We're still going to run our event, and it does give the opportunity to some of these other players instead. True. It does give opportunity to others. As Mini-Zerg does set up the painting run by. Does set up the run by. Mini-Zerg moving out here on the right hand side. I think there's going to be, technically there's going to be 3 events clashing, right? There's going to be our Tuna Cup, there's going to be the Pigsty qualifier, and then I believe Wardy is going to be running his Zero Space event, right? I think Wardy, he started the Zero Space Tuesdays. I don't know if that's beginning this week or next week. But he's starting to host his Zero Space tournaments. As CranKy, he's going to be pushing out. Once again, CranKy's been very passive. He's been very passive. Stim finished quite some time ago, and he has not really been active at all. Now he's starting to push. Now he is building up to 3 tanks. He can have a presence on the map here at the same time. Mini-Zerg setting up for a counterattack. And we got a lot of creep to work through. There's a lot of creep here. Bailings, they try to waddle in. Oh, they get in. Ooh, they do get in. 6 SCVs do go down. At the same time, Lings, they do catch some reinforcements. Nice around. And CranKy, he does turn around. Yeah, he does have 2 back home. CranKy turns back around. Lings are overwhelmed. The reinforcing Marines. SCVs are going to go down. This is getting out of hand. Getting up to 10, 11, 12. Ay, getting up to 14 SCV kills. This is getting out of hand. This is becoming critical damage. 20 SCVs falling. And Mini-Zerg, he's fine back at home. He's chilling. He's building up more army. He's on 69 workers, getting a 5th expansion. The creep is receding. That is true, but only here in the center. The creep is still looking perfectly healthy here on the right and left-hand side. Here comes the main push, and this time Mini-Zerg, he has plenty to deal with it. He should have plenty. And now CranKy is that much more aggressive, that much more lit. There's also Brood War GSLCK today. Oh, I was curious about that. Yeah, I was curious. For those that are wondering, we are the main English broadcasters for GSLCK, but this week the GSLCK is going to be a Brood War event, and we did decide not to cast it. Oh. As Living Bane does collapse in, getting on top of the tanks. 1 or 2 tanks going to be going down. Yeah, catching out 2 tanks. A little bit messy here from Mini Zerg. The flanking Banelings, they came in too late. We'll still clean this up, but a very messy fight here for Mini Zerg. Didn't quite come together the way that Mini Zerg needed it to. Still cleans up and resets the tank count. There's 1 tank now reinforcing. Mini Zerg needs a little bit of time for the Banelings. The Marines are overstimmed. They're overstimmed. And with that, cleans up the Bio Army. 1 tank survives. Get out of here. Yeah, we'll save one of the tanks. Again, Chufka's still trying to recover economically. Behind this, we have 85 drones. We've reached peak economy. Hive is now done. We have the Ultra Cavern on the way, building up into Lingbane Ultra. So again, the tech is still solid here for Mini Zerg. A lot of this came down to the early game aggression that we saw previously, the Baneling run by, and the lack of early game presence out of Chufka. Again, Chufka's been very passive this game, unfortunately, and is going to try to turtle up. We're going to try. At this point, the aggression has subsided. Chufka can no longer push. He has to try to turtle up and try to stabilize here in this game. The issue here is that Mini Zerg should be the first to max out. Should be. Mini Zerg, he has 2,000, 3,000 minerals in the bank. We're lacking gas. Yeah, gas is lacking. Now pulling in. So the macro has been slipping here, for sure. And now we just have to spend our resources, build up, and then move out. There is a world, because Mini Zerg is taking so long to actually spend his money and has been missing injections, even here, yeah, we're missing injects. This will mean that Chufka actually is catching up in supply. He's catching up in supply. He's building back up. This time, though, there's going to be Vipers, right? Vipers are going to be out. It's going to be a little bit more of a complex Zerg army to deal with this. So we're pushing out with 6 tanks. Chufka does move out through the center. Likewise, the flank here is again trying to set up. Yeah, Mini Zerg bleeds out too many lings. Ultras are now popping. Now we commit. We're the Blinding Clouds. Blinding Clouds, they're going to be a little bit late. Does cover the tanks, but we need more lings. Yeah, we need more Zerglings here. Not enough ground support, and the flanking army comes in too late as well. Oof. Chufka is pushing through. Chufka is pushing through. Mini Zerg, he still has 3,000 minerals, but as we mentioned before, he is missing injections. He needs larva. Mini Zerg, he needs to spend his money. Yeah, again, we are lacking those injects. The queens, they pull back. The ultras are slowly amassing. Mini Zerg needs time. And there's a world where Chufka can kill. Where he can kill. Uh, 3-3 is about to finish. It's going to kick in here for our Zerg. No 3-3 for the Terran. The Ultras are on their own. We need everything together. Yeah, it needs to come in together here. Flanking Ultra's going to go down. The Lings, they're catching reinforcements. The Ultras are breaking through. Yeah, they're breaking through the main army. They reset the tank counts. Yeah, cleans up most of the tanks. And again, Mini Zerg still has 3,000 minerals. Like, we still need more larva. More larva, papi. I say more larva. We need more queens. There are 5 queens here, but again, they're all on the front lines. Mini Zerg once again moving out for a counterattack, trying to catch some reinforcements. We'll miss a tank. Oh no, we'll get the tank. Bring the tank down. Again, we have enough ultras, and the issue here is that there's no answer, right? There's no answer to the ultras. Supplies are close, that is true, but we need more marauders, we need ghosts, liberators. The bio army isn't quite there. Lings, they do again catch some more reinforcements. taking down a Rax. Mini Zerg taking his gases. And he has to re-expand. We need to re-expand. We need to... there's still 90 drones. Where are the workers? Okay. Oversaturation in the natural. Oversaturation a little bit in the main. The heavy oversaturation at the 4th base. I was curious as to where were all the drones. You're getting to work. Into mine, Pappy. Oh no! As Zerg is still trying to get his production up and running. I mean, macro hatcheries would be ideal at this point. If we can't like maintain some of these fringe bases, we just need more hatcheries. We need more larvae. We need hatcheries, Pappy. Especially if we're not able to inject. Now we have more marauders here for Chovka. Meanwhile, Chovka's economy has been untouched for quite some time. Trying to collapse in. Liberators are going to go down the Baileys. Oh my god, massive connections. The best fight that we've seen for quite some time, and we completely cleaned up the army. A very efficient fight here from Mini Zerg. He caught the army on creep. Massive Bailey connections. And that should be enough. That should be too much here as Mini Zerg snowballs out of control. At the same time, Bailey run by into the middle line. 10 probes do go down. A nice run by here by Mini Zerg, despite the fact that it's a planetary. Setting up for another Bailey run by. And again, I want to say that Mini Zerg's bank has not dropped below 3k in like 5 minutes or something. It's basically despite, you know, despite only just now close to maxing out. It's just been a larvae issue. Yeah. As crouches, they push forward. Again, they reset the Sky Terran army. Bailey's jet roll in. They take down the planetary itself. And with that, Mini Zerg has done it. GG gets called. GG gets called. And Mini Zerg, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. Mini Zerg, he will claim a lead in the series. And again, we still saw Chovka hold his own, of course, partly because Mini Zerg had a very hard time retaining his queens, having room to inject, and actually building up his production. His production was lacking. That allowed Chovka to make this game far closer than it should have been. The map also helped as well. Because the map is so small, Chovka could counterattack quite quickly and be in the face of Mini Zerg and not give him the breathing room he needs to build up his economy, to build up his production, to spend his resources. So that was a very messy game there, very shaky as well. Mini Zerg had big advantages, that's true, but again, had a hard time capitalizing on those advantages. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting to game number 2. You're going to be loading into at Attorney's Edge. Let's go. Let us go. But I was going to say here, right, this, so GSLCK, we've been the main casters, the main English cover casters for GSLCK for quite some time, since its inception, of course. But this specific GSLCK that's happening tonight, we will not be covering. The reason for that is because it is going to be a Brood War event, not StarCraft Evolution, just straight Brood War. And I felt like the quality of casting that we would bring would probably be very low. I've casted Brood War once. That was during SE for All. During SE for All, there was a Brood War tournament, if you remember, with like Artosis and Striker and some of the other guys. That's the only Brood War that I've ever casted. And I remember a lot of people in YouTube chat being, when it comes to the VODs, being a little bit upset because we were unaware of certain like builds or certain timings or just certain intricacies when it comes to Brood War. And I would imagine, especially with a larger audience that GSL brings, like I feel like the quality of our analysis and casting would be very, very low with Brood War. So I probably wouldn't be up to standard. So we did decide not to cover it. Not to cast it. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of At Attorney's Edge, we have the Ukrainian Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing her Cargo T team. It is Mini Zerg UA. Leading the series 1-0, and spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Terran player. The Blue Terran down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Chovka. Let's go. Let us go. So I would hope that if it is casted in English, that they're able to get some more knowledgeable Brood War casters on board for something like that. I'm not opposed to getting into Brood War and casting Brood War, especially on our channel. But for GSLCK, we're broadcasting on the like official Soup YouTube channel, and I feel like the quality of the coverage there should be a little bit better, should be higher. So we will not be covering GSLCK this week. Very GSLCK for us. So now we are going to be opening up. We have our initial. Once again, just Hatchcat Spool, standard open out of Mini Zerg, Meanwhile Chovka. I would have hoped to see something a little bit different here. I was not too fond of the build of choice from Chovka, going for the 3cc 2-on-1 early tank into eventual bio push. You heard it at the time, but we saw that Chovka was very passive, very passive with that build, and it allowed Mini Zerg to drone up to 85 very quickly. And on a smaller map, these big pushes can punish, and we saw Chovka did punish Mini Zerg. Like that, there was definitely, again, as I mentioned, it was a little closer than it otherwise should have been. On a larger map like this, I do favor Mini Zerg. Now there's more space, more room from side to side when it comes to the distance from corner to corner of the map. It does mean that Mini Zerg will have more time to react, respond, spend resources, spend larva, of course, and build up an army. I do think that it's more imperative here that Chovka is active in the early to mid game, more so than last game. Otherwise, Mini Zerg is going to get even more out of control. These main pushes that we saw to Chovka in the last game are going to be weaker on this map. Going to be weaker. So now again, we're just going for our own. Oh, speaking of different build, 1-1-1. Okay, so a straight up 1-1-1 out of Chovka. No fast third TC. This tells us that Chovka is going to be much more aggressive, much more assertive this time. Going to be very in the face of Mini Zerg. In the face, man. Chovka again does poke in. Behind this, going for his own Banshee play. We'll see if he goes into Cloak. So far, though, Hellion Banshee out of our Terran. Technically, this can lead into like a crazy 2-base all-in with extra Raxes and build up into like 3 or 5 Raxes on 2 bases. Otherwise, we're expecting a third CC momentarily to wall off the natural. Those are our expectations. Reaper Hellion does rotate. Again, looking for a way in. Gonna be zoned away. And Cloak is halfway done. Coming up on halfway done. There is a bit of an opening here, but Chovka doesn't know. Yeah, Chovka doesn't know the queens. They were off of creep. They're out of position. There was a massive open. There are some links here to buy some time, so it would have been risky. Regardless, Chovka pulls away, and I still don't see a third CC. I assumed that we were going to be seeing one here to wall off, but no, we throw down a wall of depots, and there it is. Now we have the command center further back in the main base. Much later, though. Very delayed third base. You can even see Chovka's banking minerals. We could have gotten this much sooner. So a little bit inefficient here by Chovka. Late expansion. Trying to build up. Oh, Jesus, that's a lot of Hellions. I mean, no wonder as to why this is so delayed. And 9 Hellions. It's a lot of Hellions here by Chovka. Does move in. Queens are trying to hold their own. No detection. You know, Overseer. Baiting to roll in. They should not connect, but they will zone. Yeah, they zone away, they buy some time. Again, the queens are being focused on one after the other, and purely the banshees are the MVPs here. They focus on so many queens. Oh no! But the Lings, they will clean up the Hellions, they get a full surround, and every Hellion does fall. Ay, ay, ay. Again, the push had potential, the banshees were popping off, but now there is detection, now there is an overseer. Did kill, how was it, 4 queens? How many? Yeah, 4 queens did go down. So decent trade, but in the end, did not get any economic damage. In the end, I would say that was not worth it. The 4th base is getting up, was not denied. The mineral lines are left untouched. And Minizerg still has Lingbane left over. That was a very dedicated, and again, because that was so dedicated, the 3rd base is also very late for Chovka as well. I'm not saying this was necessarily a 2-base all-in, but it was just, again, very dedicated, very committed. And lack of damage means that Minizerg is snowballing out of control. Now getting his 4th, throwing down a 5th expansion. At this point, we're free to drone up to around 73 workers. Quite freely. Minizerg, he might drone up even more than that. There's just nothing to be concerned about. 3rd base is spotted. Minizerg confirms there's no 2-base all-in. Minizerg is aware. As we are rushing into a relatively fast hive, Lingbane Ultra once again. So just like last game, Minizerg is skipping out on Hydras, skipping the Spire early on, just going pure Lingbane Ultra. Last game eventually got into his own Spire into Corruptor production, but that was after the fact. Priority here is Ultras. Things are deflected. Runway is denied. Oh my god, almost catching a full medevac. Jesus. So let's pull away. Cuidado, papi, cuidado. Now just ready more creep. Oh. And Minizerg is waiting for Chovka to move in. Now, what I will say about Chovka is that he's done a great job here at denying creep in the center of the map. It's also a bit on Minizerg. Minizerg, after the initial Hellion push, was not really very fast to respread that creep. So the creep is lacking. This will allow for potentially a strong push. Speaking of, here he comes. Yeah, here comes Chovka. Again, compared to the last game, very little creep spread here in the center. We have 5 tanks. This is it. And Minizerg did drone to A1, did drone up a little bit late. I will say that. The droning was delayed here for Minizerg. He should be maxed out by this point, and he's about to be, with Ultras. Ideally, we can come in from behind and surround the army. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, we collapse on the army. Yeah, from all the flanks, from all the sides. Tanks going to be going down. Banelings, they smash into the bio. Oof. Yeah, they do smash in. And do we have enough Banelings left over? Not quite. Does take down the majority of the tanks. That's 5 tanks going down. Minizerg pulls away. And I believe the Ultras are about to pop. Yeah, the Ultras are about to pop. Will lose once again most of the queens, and I will say this time Minizerg has done a better job at spending their larva and spending their resources. But Chovka has to get out of here. He's got to get out. Nice opposition micro on the Lings. These tanks should not be here. Ultras have arrived. And Lings, they collapse in. They take down both tanks. Again, Chovka did overextend, did overstay his welcome. And Minizerg has done it. Again, that one push was it. That's all that Chovka had, and now Chovka is stuck on 3 bases. He's trying to get a 4th base up and running. Minizerg has Hive Tech, has Ultras. The Liberators should defend the high ground, but Minizerg will deny the 4th. Oof. Forcing the lift. Let's force the lift off. Is just clearing up his side of the map, about to remax. I feel like we're lacking Viper tech. Just quickly checking. Yep, no Vipers. No Vipers. We have 5 Corruptors on the way. Without Vipers, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to break this entrenched position here, but we do at least have Corruptors for the anti-air, for the Liberators. It can still be done. Oh, Dropper Lords. Okay. Okay. That's good. 4 drop lords towards the main. Mini Zerg is moving out. He's moving on the top side. Oh, and we're catching the army unsieged. Okay, the ultras move in. The tanks are not quite ready for this. The choke point here will be in favor of Jovka. True. Better choke point. But still a messy engage. We're going for the Doom drop. Jovka this time, I would say this is pretty all in. I take it one step further here because at this point, if this fight goes to awry, Mini Zerg will instantly counterattack with a Hive Tech army this time. 3-3 is still a couple of seconds away. Mini Zerg has to be careful not to go in too soon. Lings are dropping the main. Bailing run by here towards the planetary. That means there are less Bailings to defend back at home. Mini Zerg, do we have enough back at home? You have very, very messy defense here. Throwing away Ultras. Throwing away Zerglings. Mini Zerg, he needs reinforcements. He needs Ultras back at home. He's killing everything across the map, but it may not matter. It may not matter, Pappy. As Mini Zerg, he'll lose his third base. Tanks are sieging up here outside of the natural. As I mentioned, there are no Vipers. There are 4 Ultras on the way. We need Lings. Once again, 3k minerals. What's going on? No larva. Only 4 larva. We're here again. 0 injections. It just keeps happening. Again, I feel like if we're not going to inject at some point in all these games, like macro hatcheries would be ideal. The boys are being pulled. Ultras, they commit in, they get into the tanks, and Mini Zerg will hold. Okay, we'll clean this up. Once again, though, a very messy defense as Mini Zerg is banking almost 4,000 minerals. But cleans up the army, GG gets called, and Mini Zerg, he will claim the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played, Mini Zerg. He will claim the series. He will advance on. Again, very intense games here. Mini Zerg may have 2-0'd, but both game 1 and game 2, Mini Zerg had a very hard time against these main pushes due to the lack of larva, due to lack of production there. We saw that Mini Zerg, despite having a good economy and a big bank, had a very hard time spending their money, and as a result, both in game 1 and here in game 2 as well, Jovka did have avenues to win this game, did have chances here to claim the win and to overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to the Mini Zerg. Shout out to Jovka for making these games as close as they were. GG. GG, well played. With that, let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Okay. So from the top, it looks like the first round has concluded. We do have Signier. Signier is up against Shameless in the quarterfinals. They're facing off in a TVP as we speak. Scrolling down, we have Mini Zerg. He takes down Jovka 2-0, and he's going to be going up against Hon Mono in the quarterfinals. That's going to be our next series. Meanwhile, Camo takes down Elster. Takes down Elster 2-0 up against Nicoract in the second round. And we have Eba still waiting for his opponent, still waiting for Mr. versus Perceive to conclude. So it looks like we still have one series left in the first round that is going to be wrapping up. But we are going to be following Mini Zerg into Hon Mono in that quarterfinals match, then following that into the upper semis. So the lower matches are a little bit delayed. That's fine, just because we're going to be focusing on the upper matches instead. Remember that both semifinals will be casted here on the channel. Both semis will be casted one after the other. When it comes to tonight's players, this is the first time we're able to actually see the brackets. As I mentioned before, we have the Pigsty Festival that is currently scheduled to begin in a couple of hours, so the qualifier. So there are players that are going to be competing in that, and we have the GSL CK Broodor event that is also ongoing as well. So all of the Koreans also playing that as well. So there are other events that are clashing at the moment, which do limit the participation here. But as I mentioned, it does mean that without those regulars like Classic and Beyond and Shin and Nightmare and Zaun, without the regulars, it does mean that now we can have a more competitive tournament here for our other players like Nicoract, Eva, Honmono, Minizerg, Shameless. They're all quite comparable in skill. Coming into this, I would typically say Shameless is favored. Shameless will be favored to win this event, but on the new patch, Shameless has been struggling that much more. Eba, he had a crazy performance last week, making it all the way to the finals. I might have to put my weight behind Eba for this one, based on last week's performance and based on the patch as well. But we'll see. Again, Nicoract is still a very strong player in his own right. Homono as well is an animal, absolute animal. He's also an animal, can also claim said wins. As Vita's underway. Vitas are underway. And I guess we're going to be going on a very short... we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have a next series, we'll have a next matchup. We'll see you soon at the break. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OST as we returned with the quarterfinals. We return with the quarterfinals here. We are jumping into our fresh best of 3 TPZ. I just sneezed. TVZ matchup. Oh my god. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Washouts, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Hyper 1. It is Honmono. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the Ukrainian Zerg representing Hokago T Team. It is Mini Zerg UA. Let's go. Let us go. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Let's go. Let us go. As we're getting to our next matchup, getting to our next series. Vámonos. From here, again, Honmono, he is a much more aggressive player when it comes to... sorry, I say much more aggressive. He is the most aggressive and the most animalistic Terran player in the world. 100%. 100%, papi, 100%. He's an animal, he's hyper aggressive. We see a lot of cheese, we see a lot of extreme builds out of Honmono. Speaking of extreme, CC first. Now, when it comes to Honmono, you see either one of two things. You see either hyper aggression, you know, 1 base all-ins, 2 base all-ins, proxy reaper, 1 base 4 racks, 1 base 5 racks, some crazy shenanigans, pulls of boys, or as he throws down the spray, or you see the other end of things, which is hyper greed, CC first into like a 4th racks before starport, that sort of thing. Like imagine CC rack CC, like stuff like that. Like it's one or the other. So we'll see what kind of Honmono we get this time. So far, command center first, and we'll see where he takes us. Likewise, Hatchcat's pool out of Mini Zerg UA. If you're in the chat, again, predictions are about to close, so make sure you place your bets while you can. There it is, command center before factory. This is what we just said it. Expect either hyper aggression or hyper greed. That's 3rd CC before factory. We might even go for a 4th CC, by the way. Like we might just keep going. But Honmono, he doesn't know how to play standard, baby. It's all or nothing, one way or the other. Especially with the latest patch, with the command center being cheaper, we have been seeing more play like this from Honmono. He's banking money. He's gonna 100% 4th CC. So you think 3rd CC before factory is greedy, baby? No. As bam, 4th CC before factory. There it is. So 4 CC opener out of Honmono. This is the greediest build you can go for, straight up. It's the greediest build you can go for. Funnily enough, Spirit actually went for this build on Radisson Station a couple of years ago. At the highest level play against Solar. It worked, by the way. Did work. Different story because on Radisson Station you have a pocket base, so you could be this greedy and get away with it on Radisson Station. But here, did I say 4 CC before factory? 5th CC before factory. he's gonna keep going. So 5 CC opener here by Honmono. That's the latest patch coming into play, papi. And if Mini Zerg doesn't punish him, and he's not, sorry, whoa, early nest, early Bane Nest, Ling Flood is on the way. Mini Zerg, he does see the timing of the first command center, he does see the initial eBay as well. Also 0 Hellion aggression. In his mind, it could be like a 3CC 2-on-1. Which means no Hellions, no tanks, which means Honmono is vulnerable to a Vein Bust, and he's going to be even more vulnerable because there are 0 Hellions or tanks because there's no factory. There's no factory. Here comes the all-in, and Mini Zerg should kill. Again, Honmono was hyper greedy going 5 CC, and Mini Zerg should punish, he should kill. Here comes the bust. 5 Veilings morphing in. A Mini Zerg will at least take over the natural, at least. Yeah, as the boys are being pulled, Bailings, they should break through. Oh, the controller. Yeah, very nice. Oh, no, but he doesn't break through. He needs another Bailing. Yeah, he needs more Bailings. We get the match repair, and Honmono is holding. The all-in is failing. GG gets called. The all-in fails. Mini Zerg, he miscalculates with only 5 Bailings. And Honmono, he wins the game and going 5 CC. GG. GG, well played. Homeowner, he will take a lead in the series. Again, Mini Zerg did undermake Banelings. He undermade Banelings. You have to break through that bunker immediately, otherwise you just mash repair. Otherwise you just mash repair and you just keep it going, and you fully wall off. Mini Zerg, he only made 5 Banelings, and we did need more than that with that Homeowner defense. Homeowner defense, shuts it down, GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2. Let's go. We'll see if Mini Zerg can recover and fight back. We shall see. But again, when we go all in, we got to go all in, Pappy. Again, we can't make mistakes like this. Once we commit, you know, you got to make sure you're certain you have enough to break through. Not enough failings, Pappy. And now we're getting into game number 2. And I would imagine that our Terran player is going to go with the same build, by the way. As spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran. We have the Red Terran representing Team Hyper 1. It is Mono. Oh, no, he's doing the other thing. He's going for the Proxy Reaper. As spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, the Ukrainian Zerg, representing Hokkaido T team. Down in the series, can he bounce back? It is Mini Zerg UA. Let's go. Let us go. Now, if you remember, what did we say about Homono? We said he's a player of extremes. He either goes for an all-in with hyper aggression, like 1 base all-ins or 2 base all-ins, or he's hyper greedy and he goes 5 CC before factory, right? It's one or the other. You're seeing it here. So this is looking like his Proxy Reaper build. Proxy Reaper is very niche. It's very rare against Zerg, but I believe this should be Rax into, yep, gas back at home, into Reaper, into a second Rax, and I believe the goal here is to try to get a bunker in between the bases. I think a bunker on the high ground is usually what Homeowner tries to do, so he can poke in with the Reapers and then pull back to the bunker. That's typically how this turns out, but we'll keep an eye on Homeowner. We'll see if he does even make a second Rax or not. Yep, there it is. So second Rax. Yep, second Rax, 2 Rax Reaper is going to be on the way. Again, this is a very common build that Homeowner does like to mix in. Standard hatch gas pool out of Mini Zerg. Oh, he's going for the pool after the gas geyser. This is a little bit risky in the current meta. There's going to be an extended period of time here where Mini Zerg has nothing to attack the Reaper. Homeowner, he's going to have a lot of momentum. He's going to have a big window here to get damage done. Oh boy. As Reapers are moving in. Again, no Lings, no Queens. As long as this Reaper does not get surrounded, we should kill drones. Now, nice control by Mini Zerg. He does pull away his weakened drones, but there's one in the gas. Oh no! Ooh, we'll lose 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2 drones, 3. 3 drones go down. This is already too much. This is getting out of hand here, and we have more Reapers coming. Initially, the worker control was good, but this is just too much. Yeah, 4 drone kills. Forcing out a Spore. Oh no! Denies the Spore. 5 drones do go down. Nice movement there with the Reaper. We have 8 Lings on the way. Where's the SCV? Usually we have the SCV trying to build the bunker in the main. But looks like the SCV went back home. Regardless, the Reapers, they still overwhelmed. They still overwhelm. Again, they should not get surrounded. Cleans up all the Lings. And can we go on top of the Queen? We can. Yeah, takes down the Queen as well. The Queen doesn't quite get the Reaper. Reaper pulls back. The other 2 move forward. And they will kill the Queen. He will kill the Queen again. Nice control here by Homeowner. Pulls back the weakened Reapers. GG gets called. And Homeowner, he will claim the series 2-0. Advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. Homeowner, he will claim the series. As I mentioned, this was a very Honmono series. Very, very Honmono. Again, he does one of 2 things. Either hyper greed, hyper aggression. We saw it in game 1 and in game 2 as well. GG. GG, well played. Homeowner, he will claim the series. He will advance on into the next round. Unfortunately, Minizerg UA, he went hatch gas pool. Nowadays, it is very risky to go hatch gas pool in ZVP, to go for a spawning pool after the gas geyser, I should say. It's become much more standard to go for an earlier pool for earlier queen and earlier lings. You can still defend against this, going for a hatch gas pool, but you need to preserve your drones. You need to preserve your workers. And we saw initially, Minizerg was defending well, but then he started losing workers. 1, then 2, then 3, and then it snowballed out of control. We do need to babysit those workers that much more and pull them away and preserve them and buy time for the queens and for the lings. It's a really intense like minute of play there where you have to try to retain your units while you buy time for the rest of your army. Alas, wasn't quite able to. GG. GG. And with that, we are now getting ready here for the semis. Semifinals are going to be upon us here. Let's go. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. As we have the upper semis. Un momento. It is going to be Shameless. Shameless, he took down Signier 2-0, and now we have Shameless versus Honmono in the upper semi-finals. Let's go. Let us go. As I mentioned previously, Shameless, he is, or if this was pre-patch, if we were casting this event pre-patch, Shameless, he's favored, 100%. He's favored to win the entire tournament, actually. But now that we're on the latest iteration of StarCraft, Shameless has been struggling that much more, especially in this matchup as well. If you were here for the OSC Elite Rising Star tournament last week, then you would have seen that Shameless, he went down to Moja. We had a crazy upset with Shameless going down to one of the lesser players in the league. It was a big upset, but it also shows just how much Shameless has been struggling as of late in latest patch. So we'll see if Shameless can overcome that. We'll see if Homeowner can bring him down. Now, there is a scary thing here coming into this next matchup. Homeowner, I would say his best matchup is TVP. Homeowner, he is clowned all over Hearthstone. He's done so with Showtime as well. Like Homeowner, he's a very strong in TVP because he is hyper aggressive in TVP. I mentioned previously how from Homeowner you typically see extremes. That's true against Zerg. Against Protoss, it's almost purely 1 base all-ins, 2 base all-ins, proxies. Like that's almost all that we see out of Homeowner against Protoss. And he's good at it. He is very good at it. We'll see what the vetoes are like, because vetoes will also be a big impact here. If Homeowner can force some 4-player spawn maps, then there's another RNG factor that can go his way as well. There's a lot of very small aggressive maps in the map pool, like Rainfall and Rorschach. So if Homeowner can force some of these smaller maps or some of these more RNG maps, then Homeowner has another kind of X factor that can favor him in this series as well. In a standard macro game, I favor Shameless, but Homeowner typically doesn't get into standard macro games. So we'll see. We shall see. Brutal stomp. I mean, that's this was Homeowner at his best map, yeah. And I don't know how much experience Minizerg has with him. Like I think you say absolute stomp. Like game 1. If Minizerg had like 2 extra bailings with his first push, he wins 100%. He wins game 1. Like as soon as that bunker is killed, there's nothing to defend. It's pure marine because remember, Homeowner, he went 5 CC. So I would push back against that and say that was actually really that game should have gone Minizerg's way. Game 2, different story. Like game 2, Minizerg just had a really hard time microing his units to preserve his drones and defend and deal with the aggressive micro of the Reapers. So game 2 was a little bit more one-sided, but game 1, like I liked the build of choice from Minizerg, just the execution was lacking there. 1 moment. So for now, again, we're just getting into our vetoes. Oh. And setting up a lobby. Setting up. I see you in the chat. Guys, do I have an opponent? I mean, I'm assuming that Perceive and Mr. are mid-series. Now let's go. Let's go. We're getting into our match. We're getting into our games. And spawning in the bottom hand corner of Rorschach, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran. Representing Team Hyper 1, it is Hon Mono. aka Patch's Mono Bappy. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, it is his Patch. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Stony Balls. It is Shameless. So let's go. Also have confirmation as well that Eva's opponents are currently mid-series. They're currently in game. They're just having an epic late game, Pappy. You know, they're duking it out. Aye. But let's go. Let us go. We're getting into our game, getting into our matches. Meanwhile, here we go. Shameless. He does set up with the proxy across the map. The pylon has been thrown down, and we're going for the gateways. We're going for the gates. So typically, it's Hon Mono who's hyper aggressive and hyper cheesy, but instead it's the cheeser being cheesed. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets with who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat, Pappy. Best of luck. So just catching with it. It's Perceive. When he loses, he waits until zero supply in the last building. You're not wrong. Unironically, like I don't know if you noticed, we have casted Perceive a couple of times, and that was enough to not cast him anymore, just because he does stay in game for a long time. It's we learned our lesson. Not casting that again. Aye. Let's go. Let us go. As we have our proxy gates setting up. Again, the Zelda's being chronoed. Behind this, going for the Cybercore to reinforce with said Stalker after the first two Zealots. Meanwhile, Homeowner, he's going double gas. Double gas to open out of our Terran player. Double gas into a faster factory into a later CC. So a very safe build here by Homeowner. Very safe as the initial Reaper does move out across the map. The SV Scout does check the nearby third location. It does check the southern half of the map. Doesn't scout the proxy. Reaper moves out, nothing at home to defend. The Reaper has potential to wreak havoc, and Zelda moving in. So we'll see how well Shameless can defend as the Reaper is revealed. The wall is open. Yeah, the wall is open. Bunker starts on the high ground. Oh, does fully wall off just towards the end. Yeah, CVs, they do move in. Sorry, the Zelda do move in. Stalker as well. And we will break down the front door. Yeah, it does break down. Oh, can we delay the bunker? We can. Yeah, bunker's gonna be delayed. Getting one, getting two, getting three SCVs. Again, nice kiting here as one of the Zelda gets surrounded. And Homeowner will hold. Oh, friendly fire! Casito! Almost friendly fire. 5 SCV kills, and the Reaper also ran back home. Did race back home, so 0 damage across the map. The battery was done in the main. So 0 damage dealt. And as it settles, Homeowner is now down in workers. And the CC is delayed. Oh, there is no command center going for the starport. Yeah, starport before CC. So non-existent economy. Homeowner, he's doubling down. What did Shameless see actually with this? He didn't see any of the add-ons at the time. Reapers didn't really get much done. Yeah, they poke in, they pull away. Poke in, they pull out. Likewise, Shameless behind this is going for his own robo. So taking it behind this. And Homeowner, he's one base all in. He's just going for the one base all in. Does pull a couple of boys to repair. Building up his tanks. Looking for set proxy. And we'll find it. And it does find set proxy location. Shameless is still yet to confirm what exactly is going on, but he will catch some Marines here. Nice movement out of Shameless. Very nice. Catching up some of the bio. Shameless pulls away. And he will soon commit. Ideally, Shameless wants to wait for Homeowner to move out. As Homeowner, he's sieged up in the main. Doesn't quite get the lock on the Prism. Yeah, not quite. But we just scouted. Yeah, Shameless, he just saw the starport. He knows. He's now aware the one base all in. Immortal production has begun, which is going to be ideal against the tanks. Oh, we'll take a tank shot to the face. But again, you see the Observer just checking the production. Checking with the Expander. Homeowner, he will soon pull the boys. We soon pull the boys. We just send everything across the map. It's going to be all or nothing. Back at home, there's one battery here on the low ground. Scan does catch the Observer. But again, Shamelessly seeing everything he needs to. And here comes Homeowner. We got 3 tanks. We have how many Marines? 7. 7 Marines, 3 tanks, 2 Banshees, 1 Widowmine, a Cyclone, and the boys. Yeah, the boys are coming. It's all or nothing. Either Homeowner kills or he dies trying. Meanwhile, Shameless getting ready his second battery. He's got 2 Immortals, Sentry as well. This is gonna be a little. This is gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt Shameless really more than anything. He's going for a backstab, but he needs everything at home to defend. He needs everything back at home. The army's revealed. Yeah, the army is revealed. Again, there is no CC. Another Prism! Oh my god, we'll take 1 massive mine shot to the face. Army's engaged, does focus on the first tank. Yeah, nice pick up, does get 1. 1 tank does go down, but again, the SCVs are moving in. The Marines are still step forward. Boys are being pulled. It does catch a tank across the map. He will lose 1 Immortal. Yeah, 1 Immortal goes down, but the other gets within range of the tank is going to fall. Massive pick off, takes down the final tank. But nothing shoots up. No shot. Nothing shoots. What shoots up? The Stalkers that are across the map back. Yeah, but he does kill the SCVs. There we go. Cleans up all the SCVs. 0 economy. We can always recall back home. There's still 3 Banshees and a Cyclone. There's still 1 battery in the main base. We have defensive Warpins. And Shameless, he defends. Shameless, he holds, he defends, he cleans this up. Shameless has an entire army, and remember, there's no cloak. We don't need detection. Yeah, Shameless ensuring that there is no economy, goes back in, picks off all the SCVs, picks off the mules, forces the lift off. Homeowner, time to float to the gold base. Ah, no. As Homeowner is getting up to 5 Banshees. Meanwhile, Stargate gets thrown down, so Shameless will have some secure anti-air. All we need is a Phoenix. 1 Phoenix, pappy. Yeah, gets 1 Banshee. Gets 1. Gets 2. Gets 3. And GG gets called. Shameless, he will claim game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. And I loved how Shameless adjusted versus Homono by being the aggressor. Shameless proxied. Homono still one base all in. Don't get me wrong. Like Homono, he's still one base all in, which is on brand with Homono. But Shameless, he was able to strike and hit Homono first with the aggression, with the proxy, cripple Homono early on, and then build up into a 2-base economy. More importantly, also confirm the all in. We saw the amount of scouting, the Prism in the main base, the Observer as well. Shameless continued to check if there was a CC, confirmed that there is none. Did confirm. As we're now getting to game number 2. Let's go. We're loading into Washout. Ah. Oh no. You'll see soon what we're laughing about. Just catching up in the chat. Are the reproducers now since they're shield batteries? Yes. Yes. The battery does out heal the DPS of a Reaper, and of course you have the energy overcharge as well. The best you can hope for is for the KDA charge to knock a worker out of range of the battery, so you can maybe kill a probe that way, but as long as they're within range, like the Reaper shouldn't get much done. But here we go, spawning in the top right hand corner of Washouts, we have the typically Terran, but now he's going for an 8 pool. Okay. Typically he's Terran, but now he's switching to Zerg, going for an 8 pool. We have the South Korean red Zerg player for Team Hyper 1. It is Homono. Oh boy. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Stouty Balls, leading the series 1-0. It is Shameless. Now, I'll be honest, I don't think I've experienced Homono Zerg before. I don't think I've seen it before, but regardless, I was going to say, so I don't really know what to expect. I mean, we do now, because of the 8 pool. Now, when it comes to early pool timings, we usually see 10 pool at the earliest. 8 pool, I don't think I've ever experienced before, for good reason. Like, I don't... we'll see. I mean, the probe scout's going to confirm this is the issue, right? Probe scouting is very common. Shameless, he will soon confirm the early pool, and Shameless should react with the early zealot. Should ideally pull a couple of workers to make sure that this pylon is not surrounded. Wall off, seal off, and just defend. Just defend the low ground. But we'll see how this dynamic works. So there we go. Links are spotted. We pulled the... okay. Does pull the boys. With the boys being pulled, will we still go for that low ground defense? We're going to have to fully wall. Yeah, we're going to have to fully wall off here. Okay, we go. So gets thrown down. It's going to be the 8 pool drone pool. Does fully wall. Zealot is on the way. Now, I believe that Homeowner is going to have some decent surface area on the cyber core, I should say. I guess with the gateway as well. Yeah, it does go for the gateway. And I believe to defend, Shameless will have to pull his own probes as well, lined up with the gateway going down, because the gateway is going to fall. Does have the zealot. Okay. So instead of pulling the boys to the wall, the zealot pulls back to the mineral line. Makes sense. It does evacuate. Might just be worth canceling here just to get the refund, as the gateway will be depowered. Oh, the scouting probe comes in from behind. That's really cool. That's really cool. The battery's not ready, yo. Yeah, the battery is not ready. The zealot is safe. Yeah, the zealot is safe. That's all that matters here. Does get 4 probe kills, but very nice SimCity Lings. They cannot engage. Yeah, Zerglings, they cannot engage. They cannot surround. Batteries are now done. And Shameless holds. Yeah, the 8 pool has failed, as Shameless should not get caught out of range of the battery. Gateway's repowered. Needs a little bit more money. He has 100. There it is. Adept. Yeah, Adept is on the way as well. Again, I love that Shameless repowered the gateway with the scouting probe. That's that was a very nice little addition here to the defense. And again, this is all that Homono has. It's all that he has. Just a handful of Zerglings. It's 14, and so it only gets us round, but the battery. Yeah, the battery's within range. That's all that matters. Batteries within range. Adept has now arrived. Will not get surrounded. Now Homono can force the army out to defend the pylon and try to surround now, and he will get the zealot. Yeah, surrounds the zealots. It's a pick off, but should not get the adept. Ooh, nice juke. He jukes. Shades away. the control from Shameless. The pylon is going to go down, but Homeowner has no mining. There's no economy. There's no economy. And again, this Adep should never be killed. GG. GG gets called. And Shameless, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played, congratulations. Shameless, he will claim the series. He will advance on into the grand finals. Homeowner trying to get a cheeky win here with the 8-pool drone, or with the 8-pool drone pool. You say he's playing for the giggles. I mean, nah, he was, I mean, just like how that's like saying Homeowner he all-ins because to have fun. True, but that's also, you know, to win as well. And with that, Shameless, he will shut down the aggression, he will shut down Homeowner, he will advance on into those finals. GG. What did he write? Homeowner, he wrote that at least he'll play in the Pigsty qualifier. Man, GG. GG, well played. With that, Shameless, he will claim the series. He'll claim the series. And let's catch up on the brackets. Catching up. Isn't this just terrible? I mean, there's a world where if there's no probe scout and if the Protoss player is unfamiliar with the defense, then sure. Then sure. But yes, 8 pools are not very meta. Like they're not very, they're not a thing at the top level. It'll be terrible or funny or both. That's Homeowner in a nutshell. That's you just explained Homeowner. Oh no. As we're catching up here with the brackets, as again Shameless does advance on to the grand finals, waiting for the winner of Nicoract, Perceive, and Eba. So we have quite some downtime here. Again, Perceive did take down Mr. 2-1. Ooh, went all the way to the ace match. Did go to game 3. Eba is currently mid-series as we speak, and then the winner will go up against Nicoract. So we'll be there. We'll be there for that Nicoract semifinals after the quarterfinals match is done. So we have a bit of downtime here. 2 series left tonight. 2 series to go, semis and then finals. So 2 series to go. Tell Yakov A pools are not meta. Is young Yakov A pooling? No shot. Este young Yakov. But with that, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have, again, most likely the lower semis. So we have some downtime here. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll see you soon with the lower semis. So like 3 games of him A-pooling. Oh no. Este young Yakov. Are you sure he A-pooled and didn't 10-pool? Because 10-pool is a thing you can do. Like 10-pool is something that's more viable. Depending on the matchup, of course. But I've seen people 10-pool against Protoss. But regardless, we're going to go on a short break. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back here to the semi-finals of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC number 141. We are here. We are back with our weekly open tournament, and we are jumping into our semi-finals match. And this morning in the top left-hand corner of At Attorney's Edge, we have the purple Terran player. We have the purple Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicoract. Sorry, representing Stouty Balls. Used to be on Platinum Heroes. It is Nicoract. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zurich player from the land of the UK, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. The winner of this series will be facing off against Shameless in the grand finals. True. Let's go. Let's sink our teeth into our best of three. Also, as a quick heads up as well, if you wish to support the Sparkling Tuna Cup 1, this is the longest running open cup in SC2, longer running than the Water Team Mondays or KSLs or Pegasus Cups or Monday Night Weeklies or any of that. We're running our event for many more years and many more years to come, of course, I'm sure. But if you want to help support it, you can do so via the Patreon. Exclamation mark Patreon in the chat. The Patreon does fund this tournament on a regular basis, on a weekly basis, and if we can reach some bigger stretch goals, then we can turn this into then we can have a monthly finals as well, weeklies leading into a monthly. Could get there. For now, though, again, we're going to be settling into our best of three. So far, standard openers, nothing crazy. Again, we've been covering a lot of all-ins, a lot of chaos, a lot of aggression due to Hon Mono, of course. But now, as we settle into Nicoract versus Eba, we can settle into standard early games. Just hatch, gas pool, standard setup out of Eba. Likewise, racks expand out of Nicoract. No crazy proxy Reaper or one base all-in. No shenanigans. Not within sight. Not yet. Now, when it comes to Nicoract, when it comes to our Terran player here, he has been having a lot of success pre-patch in this matchup with 2-base aggression. Surprisingly, we've been seeing a lot of 2-base all-ins out of Nicoract, or at least we used to pre-patch. Now post-patch, I'll be honest, I haven't really seen too much of Nicoract's TVZ. I don't really know how to speak on it too much, so we'll experience it together. I'm curious to see if he is, especially with the CC buff, whether we're going for more mid-game play or still playing 2-base instead. We shall see. Meanwhile, behind this again, we're just going to be settling in. Reba does pick forward. And we're just dancing here with the army, denying some of the mining time, of course. The initial queen will soon pop, and we'll soon zone this away. We'll zone away. Poke in, pull back, behind this, yep, going through a TC before starport, so standard economic opener here by Nicoract, and an economic follow-up as well, building up into the mid-game. From here we can go for a second Rax, or for a starport. We have the answer, it's going to be 3 CC Banshee out of Nicoract, or at least 3 CC starports. From here we can go Tech Lab into an Adult Orbit Banshee, or we can go Tech Lab, go for earlier Stim, and go for a Viking opener instead. We'll keep an eye on Nicoract. And mix things up a little bit. Meanwhile, Eba just, again, droning, saturating. We shouldn't really be seeing too much deviation from Eba. He's one that also just thrives in the mid-game, just building up on a 3-base economy. Whether Eba goes into Lingbane Hydra, Lingbane Muta, or Lingbane into Ultra, yet to be determined. But we will get there. As Nicoract, he does pick forward. Likewise, going to be reinforcing with his Hellions. Remember, we have a Banshee on the way behind this as well, so Nicoract, he is doubling down. He's going to be doubling down. So far, again, just zoned away. Looking for a better avenue of attack. And thankfully hasn't spent his army yet. So basically when you open up Hellion like this, I mean, as you're seeing, the goal here is Night Creep. And so far it's working, right? The creep isn't really spreading past this ramp, and shouldn't be spreading past the choke point either as well. That's the whole point of going into Reaper Hellion. You can maybe find an opening where you can outposition the queens, and then bam, you can dive into the mineral line at the third, or dive into the mineral line at the natural, but that's a rare sight, and you should not expect that from your Hellions. You might be able to find some damage, but that'll be a bonus more than anything. So now we're trading with the queens. They're getting somewhat low. One of them is going to go down. One more shot. Oh, Dust Sniper Queen. No transfuse. Yeah, no energy, no transfuse. A nice pick off here by Nicoract. That should not have happened. And Nicoract, he lost one Hellion. No, he's lost 0 units so far. So very nice trade there from Nicoract. Catching out one of the queens, then pulls back to repair. Does pull back to heal on up. Banshee has now hit the field, moving out with 2 Banshees. Cloak is now done, and we should already have spores. There we go. We have a spore here at the third base, spore at the natural, and a spore in the main. Overseer's morphing in. There's plenty of detection here, plenty to deal with the Banshees, but there's still an opportunity here to maybe get a queen, lings, maybe even some transferring drones as well. But has to respect the queens. But now does pull away. Now, earlier we were posing the question as to how Eva was going to be teching this game, whether it was going to be Lingbane Muta, Fast Ultras, or Hydras. We have the answer. Hydra 10 has been thrown down in the main. So Lingbane Hydra out of Eva, a very robust mid-game composition. Very robust, very safe. A little bit outdated, I say outdated, it's just very common nowadays to go into Fast Ultras, very common. You saw that in Minizerk. Minizerk, he was also going Fast Ultra in his matches and his games. But Eva just playing it safe, going into Hydras. Meanwhile, Nicoract is building up towards his initial 7-minute push. I mean, I say 7 minutes, I guess the timings are a little bit different now in the latest patch. Queen gets low. Once again, denying creep. We mentioned this earlier, it's still the case here where there's no creep on the map. There's 1 tumor here on the low ground. There's 1 tumor here at the choke point. But again, so far the Hellions have done their job. Yeah, Lings is trying to collapse in. Do they get around? He does! Oh my god, just barely gets 1. Yeah, takes on 1 Hellion. Here comes the reinforcing army. Here comes the main push. Again, pre-patch this would hit at around 7 minutes. Here it's hitting at around 7:30. Do we have an armory? The answer is no. This can hit with an armory, so you can morph in Hellbats. The tank is on creep. We're too deep in. Yeah, we're too deep in. The tank is exposed, and the tank is going to go down. We pushed on to creep, and Nicoract is going to be shut down. Stronger defense from Eba. And again, Nicoract did overextend, did not respect the creep, did not respect the position. Nicoract, he was doing well up until this point. Upon losing the tank, he's lost a lot of his power. He's lost a lot of his momentum. He lost most of his Hellions, and now he has less of a presence on the map. And Eba is getting out of hand. He's getting out of hand. Takes down the final Hellion. Eba is droned up to 76. 76 drones. Infestation bit is done. Safety infestor is going to be on the way. So my apologies. If you remember, earlier I was posing the question like, are we going Lingbane Muta, Lingbane Ultra? I did misstate. I said, it's going to be Lingbane Hydra. No, this is not Lingbane Hydra. There is no Baneling Nest. It's a Ling Hydra. This is actually quite greedy. And that explains the infestors. This army is actually quite vulnerable against bio-heavy compositions without Banelings, but that's where the fungals come in. So because we're saving so much gas by skipping Banelings, it does mean a higher Hydra count. Oh, tank to siege. And that's the tank shot. Better engage here from Nicoract. Again, Eba is being greedy, cutting corners and cutting those Banelings. We'll see if Nicoract can punish. As he's not stopping, he's still pushing. Nicoract is just rallying everything across the map. And behind this, are we Rexing? We are. But I believe there is a 4th CC. Yeah, there's gases. Gases, yep, and a 4th CC on location. Nicoract is still quite committed, though. The tanks are sieging up. Yeah, Nicoract does siege at the same time, but we do see Eba catching reinforcements. There's 1 fungal. Yeah, 1 fungal lands. Tanks, they push forward onto creep. There are no links to punish, though. And Nicoract, he breaks through. He's breaking through. He breaks through the infestor, the Hydras. 1 more fungal lands. Massive fungal. Hydras, they hold their own. Eba comes running back around, and he's coming in for the surround. And I believe Eba should have enough. Yeah, he cleans up the main army, and he counterattacked as well. as he takes down the final tank. It was an expensive hold as we lost a lot of Hydras, but I cleans up all the medevacs. No, not a single medevac escapes. Heavier losses here for Nicoract. He still has a decent economy, but the army crumbles. The army crumbles completely. And Iba, his own economy was left untouched. He's still on 83 workers. He's still remaxing here with more Ling, Infestor, Hydra. This usually leads into Hive Tech. Hive is already done. We should be seeing Hive upgrades soon into Ultras. I was leaning more towards Adrenal, but sure. Ultra Tech is on the horizon as well. Iba, he's lacking gas for Adrenal. He did have to rebuild all these Hydras, true. As Iba did bleed out a lot of Hydras in that defense. So this is going to slow Iba down a little bit here, but Nicoract needs even more time to recover. And Nicoract, he has to try to turtle. At this one, Nicoract, he's lost any kind of map control. He has to turtle up. But on this map, you are spread thin here between 4 bases. Most of the army is here at the 3rd. The 4th base is very exposed. So we'll see how Iba does respond. We'll see where he strikes. Bailing speed has begun. So again, 11-minute bailing nest. Let's go. Let's a very, very late bailing nest here by Iba, but he got away with it. He got away with it. He popped up. Oh. Collapsing in the army. Thankfully, the 5th CC does finish. Does complete. Iba's maxed. Nicoract is close to maxing up himself. But this is a very heavy Marine army here. It's a lot of Marines. It's more of a glass cannon. Bailings will be coming online just in time for the heavy Marine push. Do we have any Infestors? 3. 3 Infestors, so plenty of Fungals. Nicoract does push forward. 1 Fungal lands, but there's no follow-up here. Yeah, there's so a bit of a waste of Microbial Shroud. I would also say waste of a Fungal. Takes a long time to recover that energy. Yeah, but we need Banelings. There we go. 32 Banelings morphing in. Once again, this feels a little bit premature. Yeah, it is premature. We do spend another Fungal. There's 1 Fungal left. Oh god. Banelings, they connect. Yeah, decent connections. And eBay still holding on to that 1 Fungal. He has been slowing down the army. That is true. I think he replenishes Link Main anyway. Now here we go. Now I maxed out. Does force to cancel. I feel like Nicoract needs to leave. I at this point, I don't think he can push in anymore. Iba's maxed. Iba's coming. Here come the blinding clouds. Your Bailey's gonna roll in. Oh, we don't even need to blinding cloud. He does towards the end. Yeah, all the tanks gonna get shut down. Fungal lands. Bailey's, they smash into the army, and again, there's nothing left here. The Ultra waddles in. We have 1 Ultralisk. Let's go. 6 more on the way. And again, Nicoract, he just ran out of steam. He ran out of steam. When Nicoract rotated here to the top side, when we mentioned that he should leave, he just had no bio army. He had no buffer for his tanks. He had no buffer, no support. But at the same time, it's doomed if you do and doomed if you don't, right? Like, if Nicoract goes back home, I mean, he just relinquishes any kind of pressure, and then he'll lose the 5th base. So, it was just a really... It's just a really rough positioning for Nicoract. A very rough position. Nicoract, he responds to the gold. And Iba's looking very comfortable. Again, it just shows how committed Nicoract was with his pushes and how little damage he dealt. That's how Iba's going to be collapsing in. Gets into the mineral line. Massive connections. Catching us 17 SCVs. 19. And 19 workers going out. We chase down the bio. Planetary falls. Fungal lands. Yeah, we land the Fungals. The Ultras, they trade incredibly well here as they can close that distance. 22 SCVs. Bit of a misrally. Oh. Viper does pull away. Viper pulls away in time. Eva building back up. Trying to at least. Oh, as Eva's out of position, he will lose the entire mineral line. Nice pickup. Nice drop here by Nicoract. Okay. Does find some damage. Should not defend his 5th base, but nice damage nonetheless. Nicoract trying to claim the center expansion. Once again, whether it's his low ground 5th base or the high ground 5th base, they're both very isolated. They're both very open, very accessible. With now Liberators, Nicoract will have a bit of a stronger defense, that is true. But the army moves in, does land the fungal. Defense is going to be focused down. But we get the Parabomb combo as well. Yeah, Parabomb and Medivacs. The Medivacs, they clump up. Massive pickoffs. Brings up most of the Medivacs. This is a bit of an overextension out of Eba, as he will throw away these Ultras. So some very expensive trades here from Eba, but he can afford it. Eba's remaxing. And we just rinse and repeat. We just rinse and repeat and just keep knocking down the bases. Oof. This time catching up the Marauders. Marauders are caught out. Oh. He does once again hit that gold. And he does target fire the drones at least. Does focus fire 10 workers, so some decent harass here by Nicoract. But as we mentioned, like, I don't see him maintaining these 5th base locations. He does have a healthy Liberator count at least, and working on Liberator range. But he was ready. How many corruptors do we have? So far, 0. There's 5 corruptors in production. Does settle for Parabombs. I mean, hey, does get 2, does get 3. Oh, the repair though. Let's go. Saves one of the Liberators. Does save one. Este Nicoract. Ooh, Ebo overextends. Anyway, it does overextend towards the left hand side. At the same time, though, takes down the planetary, so it's worth it. Once again, takes down the 5th base. As I mentioned, the 5th base here is just so difficult to maintain. And just should not be taken from Nicoract. It will punish the Vipers, though. God, that's so many Marauders. So Marauder heavy. We got 25 Marauders back. It's a beefy army. Time to send it. Yeah, we send that across the map. Over massive fungal once again, catching up the Marauders, and GG gets called. GG gets called. There's only one medevac, and Eba, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. Eba, he will claim the first game here, winding it back. Again, I did appreciate Nicoract's main pushes. It was the 7:30-minute push, but even before that, Nicoract was having a very strong time with his Hellions, catching queens, denying all the creep. He did have a strong early game, I would say, but the mid game, when it came to his 7:30 push, unfortunately did overextend. If you recall, did push onto creep and got caught on creep as well. So as a result, Eba was able to shut down that first move out. Eba was then able to build up to 83 drones very quickly and get away with skipping Banelings. If you recall, that was like the moment where Eba gained momentum and gained control of the game, and Nicoract had a very hard time recovering from that. He did have a second push, which had some potential, of course, but if you remember, that second move out was lacking bio at certain points. He was bleeding out Marines, bleeding out bio, and when he rotated to the top side, he just had no buffer for his army. Did lose 6 tanks. He lost all of his tanks. GG. GG well played. With that, Eba, who'll take a lead in the series, and let's get into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Just catching up with the chat. surprised this is hitting later if it's hitting at 7 minutes pre-patch. When I say pre-patch, I mean pre-patch. Like, I mean, like before the worker change. That's what I mean. Yeah. I was talking about 5.0.16. I know it is confusing because there have been a lot of patches, I guess. But yeah. I'm referring to different worker start. Oh. I feel like Nicoract is being very passive considering how rapidly he was expanding. I mean, again, his main pushes were solid. If you're referring to potentially like more drop play out of Nicoract, it's difficult to do so just because if you remember, it's important to contextualize what you're seeing here and what the army is. Drop play is often seen against heavy like Ling Bane ultra play, which is very meta, to be fair. Like, it's very, very meta for Zerg players to cut anti-air and to rush into ultras. If you're watching StarCraft, you should be familiar with that kind of style, which is very, very trendy, of course. The biggest weakness of that kind of style is that you're lacking anti-air, and there's a lot of drop play as a result of that. That can really stretch a Zerg player thin. But here, Iba didn't rush into ultras. He did go into a heavier Hydra count early on. Remember, he even reset the medevac count early on as well, if you recall. He caught, was it 6 medevacs when it came to the second push? That was the moment where Iba reset the medevac count. So it's a different kind of composition that you're up against, and as I just mentioned, like the medevac count was reset at a certain point. That was around like 9 minutes or so. So it can be harder to try to get away with multi-prong aggression against a more like Ling Hydra heavy style, as opposed to Ling Bane Ultra, which it's easier to do against. But here we go. Spawning in the top side of Lockdown, we have the purple Terran player himself representing Stouty Balls. It is Nicoract. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Iba. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in. Tanks are fine versus Hydra styles and lurkers, but not so much against Ling Bane Ultra. I mean, bearing in mind that again, Iba was playing very heavy Hydra. He was playing very, if you weren't here from the start of the game, like it's playing very heavy Hydra. So the tank style made sense against that. Eventually, Iba did move away from the heavy Hydra counts, but it was something that he was more reliant on for the first like 3/4 of the game. Regardless, we are going to be settling in. So far, we have our standard openers and nothing crazy. Hatch gas pool, meanwhile, racks expand out of Nicoract. So far, so good. Welcome to Lockdown. Lockdown is an interesting map in the map pool. I would say is one of the more defendable maps. The reasoning for this is because of all the high ground locations, all the points of elevation here. We have a ramp coming into the quote-unquote low ground triangular third, and we also have a choke point here on the high ground as well. So we have, and like on top of that, so you can also knock down these towers. So we have been seeing a lot of successful turtle heavy play, specifically on Lockdown. Hence the name of the map as well. You can just lock yourself down on your 4 bases and then push forward with your army into a high ground 5th base as well. So we'll see how our players do adjust on a map like this. Now, Nicoract is typically a very aggressive player. He's not really one that enjoys turtling up. He was forced to turtle last game after his pushes failed, but he doesn't often kind of approach that style from the onset. He's usually a lot more in your face. A lot more in your face. Oh. Oh, jeez. The Reaper gets stuck. No, we get stuck. Yeah, Reaper is trapped, and the drones are being pulled. The Reaper goes down. A big overextension here from Nicoract. That should not have happened. Losing the first Reaper does mean that if Iba so chose to, he could actually pull into gas and go for an early Roach Run and go for an early even Lair into 2-base Muta. There's a lot of potential here for Iba. We can see he pulls out of gas, but the issue is that Nicoract doesn't know that. He doesn't know whether or not Iba is taking advantage of the fact that there is no Reaper. He was just playing standard, but again, Nicoract is playing blind. From here, we're following up, of course, with our 3cc. Third CC is on the way into our... Oh, okay. That is the second factory. We're going to mech it up. So from bio in game 1 into mech in game number 2, we're going into battle mech. We could go into a more heavy Banshee style here. We'll keep an eye on Nicoract to see how he does kind of form his army, of course. Time to mech it up. I mean, I did just mention that securing yourself on 4 bases is easier on this map, so there's a world where maybe he's thinking about that long term, where we can begin with, oh, actually, we're going into Blue Flame. Okay. So we are not starting Cyclone production. Usually we're going into Cyclones, into fast Magpul accelerators, into double Cyclone production, but no, we're doubling down with Mass Hellion into Blue Flame. Cheeky build. Cheeky build, pack. I'm curious if this leads into a starport. I think I have seen Nicoract go like Blue Flame Hellion with like BC before. But regardless, is going for the faster third CC. No starport in sight, just massing on more Hellions. Cyclone, and now it's prompted, but the Overlord will go to free scouts. 0 anti-air. Yeah, 0 anti-air. There's a third factory being thrown down, so we're just committing here into battle mech. Blue Flame is almost done, and how many Hellions? 10. So we have 10 Hellions moving out. Nicoract can he bust into the mineral line. A Roachhorn now gets thrown down. The Queens are out of position. Hellions, they rush in. Yeah, they rush into the natural. Blue Flame is now complete. How many drones can we kill? Can we roast them up? 4 drones so far. He gets 4, gets 6. Queens are trying to rotate over, getting into 10 drone kills, and Hellions do we get into the main? We don't go for the main base. We go for the natural instead. 13 drone kills. It's a decent start here. 13 workers do go down. 3 Hellions to escape. Back at home. Remember, this is 3cc as a build, so we have plenty of mules, and we're switching out of Hellion into Hellion Cyclone. So not a bad start here for Nicoract. Eva has to re-drone, resaturate. 4th base is late as a result of this. Likewise, follow-up tech is also going to be delayed as well in regards to roach speed, in regards to +1 range. We have to build up into that. Layers just have finishing. Upgrades to begin. And this is going to slow down Eba, that is true. You might be looking at this and might be thinking like, oh, the supplies are close. Well, the Zerg player should be ahead in supply to be even with the Terran. The Zerg player needs to be up in workers, and right now they are not. So this has slowed Eba down, and you can see the 1-2 punch. Nicoract is pushing while Eba has been trying to drone up. We have gotten a handful of roaches here, 4, soon to be 7 roaches for Eba. He needs a little bit more time. Nicoract is spotted. And roaches, they can respond. Roaches, they do rotate back over. Plus transfuse. Does not snipe a queen, and he was holding. Oh, it does get a supply block though. Yeah, it's going to be supply blocked. Meanwhile, Nicoract, he rotates over, catching an Overlord. Still supply blocking Eba. Uh-oh. Yeah, big supply block. Yeah, Cyclones, they trade well, catching out 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 roaches. Yeah, some rough losses there for Eba. Going for the pit, trying to come in from behind, but I don't know if he really has enough here. Does try to catch some reinforcements, picks up a Hellion, does focus fire, gets 1, 2, or 3 okay. Does focus fire all 3 Cyclones. Very nice target firing out of Eba. Nice target firing. Nicoract does overextend. Bleeds out Cyclones. Eba buying time for the Infestor. And Eba, he's keeping up. He's keeping up with the Hellions. Ooh, the hatchery is under fire. There's no transfuse. Yeah, there's no transfuse. The hatchery is going to go down. Oh my god. Barely does full. Nice snipe out of Nicoract. So far, a nice snipe. Nicoract does pull away. Pulls back, pulls away. Meanwhile, we do have a Hydra Den here in production as well. So Eba is going to a Roach Hydra composition. Interesting. I feel like usually we see like Lingbane Roach Ravager into Infestor, into Hive Tech. So we'll see how Eba does build up. Hydra's often seen when we do see like a battle mech composition that's supported by Banshees, but again, we never got into any starports. It's just we're just doubling down here with Lings, with Hellions, and with Cyclones. I do favor Nicoract's position coming into the mid game, but we'll see. Azeba's trying to stabilize, still can't get a fourth base. It's still so late. Like Nicoract still has momentum. Oh, but we do have a surround. Yeah, the army comes over from behind. No, the Nicoract, he gets surrounded. Yeah, he does go into too far. He gets caught out. The Panzer down. Babby, and some heavy loss for Nicoract. That should not have happened. Again, there wasn't even a fungal there. He just went so far into creep. And he got flanked. Ay, ay, ay. Well, Cyclones, they still punish. Yeah, they punish the army head on. As long as there is no flank, this army will still outtrade. And Eba doesn't really have much creep spread. It looks like he's switching into Ling Hydra. So Hydra Ling. I'll be honest, I'm not too convinced. Like, Eba is in trouble. If we land a fungal though. Not quite. And Nicoract hides away. Catching out more roaches. Eba does pick off 2 Cyclones. 1, 2, 3 Cyclones get focused down. Like a nice target firing out of Eba. Does target fire well. But the issue with going Hydra Ling is that you do need a robust economy and Larva set up to get to afford this. And Eba stumbled his way into this kind of game state with Nicoract, who's almost maxed. Yeah, just bullying the army. Lock-ons on the Hydras, expensive losses for Eba. He has to get out of here. Losing far too much. Eba just too far behind. We do get land a nice fungal here, but do we have a follow-up? No. Yeah, there is no follow-up. Cyclones overwhelmed. Would you have reinforcements coming from behind? Okay. The production. Hydras, they popped out just in time to defend. But again, Nicoract can just keep going. He can just keep on going. And he's looking to force the ace match. Did bleed out a couple of extra Cyclones here, that is true. Nicoract, he's got to be careful. Oh, he's starting tank production. Does begin tank production. So Nicoract, he's slowing down with his Cyclones. You can see him making 3 tanks at a time. So he's done with Battle Mech. And now they're still maintaining a presence on the map at least. I feel like if he just continued Cyclone production, he would just kill. Like, he would just eventually break... He would break Eba. As Eba is barely keeping his head above water. Okay, moving up with the tanks. Never mind. I assumed that when we saw tank production that Nicoract would just start to wall off and start to turtle, but no. He's being more active, being more aggressive. He's pushing. Which is just a really good way to leverage its advantage. Oh, there are some Vipers there. Tanks are clumping up. Ooh, gets 1, gets 2. Nice abductions. Vipers, they do get punished. And the Hellbats, they break through. Yeah, the Hellbats, they just mow through the Hydras. Hydras, they crumble. They do focus on 2 tanks. Only 2 tanks. And again, Eba just cannot engage. Not like this. As I mentioned, Nicoract has been ahead and has had momentum for the past like 5 minutes. Ever since he killed the 4th base. As we land a Blinding Cloud, it does not matter. Massive tank shot's going to be going off. The voids are being pulled. Desperation out of Eba. Desperation. As we lose the entire mineral line. At the same time, we do see more damage being dealt on the top side as well. One tank finally goes down. As again, the Hydras are trying to collapse in. They're being cleaned up, Bappy. They're being cleaned up. GG gets called, and Nicoract, he will claim game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We are tied up 1-1 here. Again, Iba, he had a very, very hard time defending, winning it back. He lost so many workers to the initial Blue Flame Hellion push. Killed, what was it, 13 plus drones to up to 19? Like a bunch of workers went down. This heavily slowed down Iba, and we saw the 1-2 punch with the Cyclones. With that Cyclone push, what did Nicoract achieve? He killed the 4th base. He was able to bully the Roaches, of course, traded so well against them, take down the 4th base as well. There was one good moment for Iba where he flanked the Cyclones. That was like the one good fight that Iba had when Nicoract overextended, but that wasn't enough to recover. That was a good fight, wasn't enough to make up for the deficit that Iba had. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are going to the ace match. Let's go. Here we go. Doesn't battle mech need tanks? No. You have to be very careful when you switch into tanks. Battle mech, the name implies purely like an aggressive Hellion Cyclone army. Whenever you go into a tank transition, it does slow you down because you're switching out of Cyclone production. So you do have to always be very careful when you do decide to switch to tank production. That's why when we pointed it out, it was a little bit concerning because I was like, oh, is he gonna like back off? But he was ahead in that, like from that position, he was already ahead. Like he was already winning the game, and he used them aggressively by rallying across the map as a bit of a kill move there towards the end. That was more of a finisher more than anything. As if you don't have the momentum that Nicoract had, then usually you start to switch into tanks and you start to switch into a more defensive position. If your opponent gains map control away from you, if they take it away. If the Zerg player stabilizes, then you typically have to back off and switch out of Hellion Cyclone. But spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Rainfall, we have the purple Terran player, himself, tying up the series 1-1 in the last game, meching it up, and we'll see what we bring to the table here in game 3. It is Nicoract for Stowny Balls. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player himself, representing the Hunt Heroes, being forced into a tied series. We'll see if he can bring it back and bring it home. It is Iba. Let's go. Here we go. But as you just start considering a transition, I think. Now, as I said before, like because Nicoract was so far ahead, he could have just continued making just Hellion Cyclone and just kept going anyway. At that point, at the end of the game, he could do whatever he wanted, whether it was a tank, like switching to tanks to push in, or just keep going Hellion Cyclone. But only because he was trading so well and he was doing so much. As you mentioned, like if the Zerg player starts defending successfully and starts stabilizing and building up a solid economy and working towards a better army, then you do need to start to think about that transition. For sure. So now, we do have our initial opener. Stowny Balls? Stowny means steel. It's like a... Stowny Balls means like balls of steel, basically. You know the phrase? Like you're very... I guess like a kind of way of putting it is like, you know, you're fearless, right? That's kind of like what that means. Being fearless. In a more like vulgar way, but... There we go. Here we go. Oh, Esther Night Phoenix in the chat, by the way. Esther Night Phoenix. Yo, when are we seeing Night Phoenix in a bracket? Haven't seen you play in a long time, Pappy. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Este, Night Phoenix. Take care, Fabi. Take care. Quack. Night Phoenix, of course, Ukrainian Protoss player. Working IT, waiting for a new patch. Fair enough, fair enough. Understandable, Night Phoenix, understandable. I'm glad you're doing well. As behind this, we are getting into our third CC. So it's going to be 3 CC, 2 on 1, and a Nicoract going for his own stim bio timing. So different build here. We've gone for a different build every game in the series. Game 1, he went 3 CC Banshee. Game 2, he went into Battle Mech, into early Blue Flame. And here in Game 3, we're going into a more bio-heavy style of early stim timing. Not the earliest, it's post 3rd CC, but early nonetheless. This will hit quite hard, of course. And we'll see if Eva can prepare for it. Back at home, Eva does spot the Hellions, so he's aware it's not a regular 2-1-1. Or like a 3-1-1 or anything like that. Of course, Hellions are picking in on the front lines as well. 4 Hellions is standard. Then you switch into, of course, reactor to Marine production. And the Marines are spotted as well. Yeah. Like, Eva knows. He sees the Marines. He's now fully aware of the build. If it was a regular 3cc build, there would not be like Marines in this quantity here. And tries to confirm. When it comes to variations, technically we could see like 3cc, like a 2-on-1 like Hellbat push, for example, and we could be like building up and banking Hellions in the main base. But that's a very niche build. Very, very niche. Nicoract just trying to poke his way in. Technically, the other thing this could be is 3cc instead of 3cc 2-on-1, but instead we see a tech lab on the starport into Banshee. Like Maru and Beyond, they like to mix that in. But it's just a standard variation. Back at home, Eva did not react. Sorry, he did react with an early Eva chamber plus 1 carapace halfway done, which is ideal against these early stim builds. Safety Bailey Nest. And here comes Nicoract here to attempt to deny the 4th base. We'll see if he can. Stim is done. 4 Queens respond. Eva tries to engage. And we'll get a Pseudos around here. Somewhat trades well, but no, he's going to lose all the Queens. Yeah, he will lose the Queens. The Marines, they stim in. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. And 1, 2, 3. Do we get 4? Oh, good. Clutch transfuse, 3 Queens go down. A very strong trade here for Nicoract. Completely shuts down the main army, takes down the Queens. Does he get all of them? 4 Queen kills. Oof. Yeah, 4 Queens go down. And this has been a brutal defense here for Eva. He will defend, he will force this back, but the trade here was insane. Losing 4 T-Lings, 4 Queens as well. The hatchery barely survives. As Nicoract, he still has a presence here, takes down the active tumor. Should not kill the expansion. Ideally wanted to kill the base itself, but we'll settle for 4 Queens and 40 Lings, I'm sure. Now, what's important here as well is that due to all this aggression, due to all this pressure, this will open up for a second wave for the main push. Here we go. Here come the reinforcements. I assume that this is going to be hitting with tanks, but we're keeping the tank at home. Okay. So we're not pushing with the 2 tanks, only with the Marines. This is less committed. But because the hatchery is so low, yeah, it kills anyway. True. Eba, he knows he cannot defend. And Nicoract doesn't even need his tanks for this. Yeah, it takes down the 4th base. Massive pickoff. Eba cannot defend. eBay is behind. Straight up, he's in a rough position here. As Nicoract does focus on the Banelings. One, two Banelings going down. Behind this reinforcing, still keeping his tanks back at us. Spoke too soon. Here comes the main tank push. Does force a cancel. And it looks like Nicoract wants to once again reinforce his position to push in towards the would-be 5th base. Lings, they try to come in from behind. Does for the tanks. Does it get one? Yeah, one tank goes down. Very massive pickup. Takes down one. There's 2 left. Yeah, 2 tanks left. Remember, this is the backbone of the army. Down to 2 tanks. Oh, he gets dragged in. The Banelings, they don't quite get the connections he's looking for. And the tank's even within the range of the hatchery here. Yeah, both the 4th and the 5th base. There's a kill. Kill not a cancel. Even he commits. Comes in for the surround. Banelings, they had to spread. And we'll clean up the tanks. Yeah, we'll clean up the tanks. We'll barely clean up the Marines as well. I spoke too soon. The one tank goes down, the other does survive. GG gets called. Nicoract, he overwhelms, and Nicoract, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. And Nicoract, he will still keep that one tank alive. And again, you can see the momentum just snowball out of control. As soon as that initial 4th base was shut down, it was going to be a very difficult defense there for EBA. Remember that especially on rainfall, reinforcements arrive faster. It's a smaller map. Aggression like this is favored. And with that, does break through. Does play through. GG. GG, well played. As we do need to quickly check something here. So our tournament is clashing with the other events. Hold on, we're going to cut to a break. We're going to cut to a break. We'll be back soon after the break.
Three
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back here to the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC number 141. We're getting ready for the grand finals. I do apologize for the extended break here, but we were just waiting for our players to finish up their Pigsty Festival games. And now we can jump in. Now we can jump on in. Again, I do apologize for the downtime, but again, for those that are curious, the pig he's hosting is Pigsty Festival. It's still in September, of course, but a qualifier is taking place today, and the qualifier did clash with the finals. It did clash here with our finals. So both Shameless and Nicoract were competing in that qualifier. We did allow them to play their matches, and now it's time for the grand finals. It's time for the best of 5. Let's go. Let us go. It's spawning in the top right hand corner of washouts. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Stowny Balls. We now have his opinion, Cap. It is Shameless, aka Gray Patch in all caps. Cap. Spawning in the left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the red Terran player himself, representing Stowny Balls, as they are teammates. Of course, it is Nicoract. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our best of 5. Now, if you remember, we do also have a random raffle to conduct. I will be conducting said raffle after the finals, just because time is of the essence. And Shameless does have a Pigsty qualifying match as well to play out. Percival is waiting for the series to wrap up for the Pigsty qualifier. So Shameless has got some more StarCraft to go. Nicoract, he is out of the qualifier. Nicoract, played against young Yakov. Yakov did not knock Nicoract down, so there's less pressure on him in that sense, of course. But now though, we're settling in. But now we're going to be settling in. We do have our initial best of 5, and again, best of luck in the chat. The Gamba Pappy is going on. Let's go. When it comes to these two players, now traditionally I would favor our, there we go, our Protoss player here, like Shameless. I would say if this was pre-patch, pre-worker start change, I would say that Shameless would be favored in this series. But now that we are post-patch, Nicoract, I think, probably is favored instead. I feel like there's probably been a shift in their dynamic, but I haven't really been watching too much of the two of them face off against each other, so I'm curious to see how they compare on said latest patch. For now, we're going to be opening up standard opening here out of Shameless. Likewise, Nicoract going for his own Rax Expand, single gas opener. Everything's looking as it should be so far. Nicoract, he will scout the nearby proxy locations. We'll find nothing, and we can settle into our early game. Now, when it comes to mid-game play here, Twilight Council play into Blink is still the go-to. We have been seeing a lot of adaptations out of Protoss players going into Warp Gate less compositions. There was some weird conversations going on in the chat regarding some of the changes to the game. I would say that all the metas have stabilized. Like, Protoss players have already played the hell out of PvZ to see what works and what doesn't work. Same with PvT as well. I would say it's quite common for Protoss players to stay without Warp Gate in PvT and to have regular gateways ongoing for the early to mid game, and then switch into Warp Gate later on in the game, depending on how aggressive you want to be, of course. If you're going into hybrid Blink aggression or early play, then you will warp in your gateways. Otherwise, you'll leave them as regular gateways leading into the mid game, into the mid to late game. Meanwhile, Nicoract being hyper greedy, going for a third CC before factory, being very, very greedy here, building up into a greedier economy. This leads into a very strong mid game, by the way. Very, very strong mid game. The way this works here is that we're going to have faster 3 SCV production, going to have faster mules as well, faster 2-base saturation, faster 3-base saturation, and this kicks in the mid game. Once you build up into your 3-base economy, then you'll have a big power spike in your production, and then you can outscale the Protoss. So right now there's a lot of pressure on Shameless to do some counter damage, to slow down Nicoract, to punish the greed, or to out-greed Nicoract. You have to do one or the other, otherwise Shameless will fall behind. So Nicoract, he throws down the gauntlet, going 3 CC, 3 Rax. One of the more common builds out there when it comes to being greedy. Of course, Björn is very fond of it, of course. The other Korean Terrans, they mix it in every now and then. Behind this, it is going to be Twilight Council and a Blink into Robo. Relatively safe play. I believe only 2-gate Blink. Yeah, 2-gate Blink out of Shameless is going for safety. Battery as well. Shameless has yet to scout the main base, has yet to confirm what exactly is going on. Is just playing safe for the time being, which means so far this is still better for Nicoract as he is getting away with a lot of greed. A lot of greed. Meanwhile, we do see Shameless claiming his own third. Claiming his third base. Stim is on the way. Again, Nicoract shouldn't be pushing anytime soon. He's just building up back at home, cutting corners, getting away with greed. Again, so far, stronger position for the Terran. Shameless is still yet to claim his third base. Setting us water pylons. Now finally moving out. Are you going charge on 2 bases as well? Yeah, very 2-base heavy here. Yeah, going for the Bay. Very 2-base heavy. But not in an aggressive sense, in a very tech-heavy sense. It does mean early Colossus, which would be more ideal against, say, a 3-Rax. But against 3CC, there's not really a way for Shameless to punish. No with this build. Basically, in this game, Shameless is going to have earlier upgrades. He's going to have earlier Colossus production as well. That is true. Which would be ideal if there was going to be an earlier timing coming, and then you can get your Colossus out in time to defend, to shut it down. But again, Nicoract's being greedy. And he won't be punished. Oh, I say that, but we do rotate towards the main base. Nicoract is at the natural. Let's go. So they blink in, they get one SCV, they get 1 Marauder. Can we dice them? Oh, not quite. Yeah, we don't go for the upgrades. Upgrades, they will finish. CC will land. And Nicoract's fine. Yeah, it's perfectly fine here. He only loses 2 SCVs. Nice target finding on the Marauder, though. Very nice. Does sniper Marauder. Nice blink control here by Shameless. Picks away the Marines. Does out control Nicoract. And at least he gets some value here with his Blink Stalker move out. He gets 2 Marauders and 5 Marines and 2 SCVs. Gets another Marauder. A 3rd Marauder goes down, but the army's very low. Yeah, the army is low. Stim is outdone. Shameless has to get the hell out of here. Back at home, Colossus is out, and Shameless will defend. Shameless, he will defend. But again, as you mentioned, he cannot stop the greater economy that Nicoract has. And he has not touched it. Even rushing to a 4th CC. Oof. Oh, never mind. Does cancel. Does cancel. I'm curious if you saw the Observer. If you noticed the shimmer. There's our more production. Now again, when it comes to our economic game states, Nicoract, yeah, he did notice. Go for the Observer. Does get a snipe. Yeah, snipes the Observer. And behind this, where are we headed? Building up the 5 Raxes. And we're taking up. Okay, we're taking up. So gas is being taken into a Ghost Academy, into eventually a 4CC. We're taking further up in towards Ghosts, in towards Liberators, into Vikings, of course. Nicoract is macroing up. And again, he's in a very strong position here. Now, there are ways for Shameless to recover in this game. It's going to be on Shameless to try to outposition, to... I mean, even here, Nicoract's army is split. So there's a world where Shameless can engage, can force a fight, and Nicoract will only have half his army to defend. True. Nicoract, half his army is across the map. Here comes Shameless. Yeah, Shameless, who does outposition Nicoract, hits the natural base. Oh no, the Colossus! Yeah, one of the Colossus is almost exposed. Does pull away in time. Nice force fields. Yeah, Shameless, who will force field. Nicoract, he does race back home, taking the better fight. Shameless, we have to pull away. We'll pick up 12 SCVs. That's a lot of workers going down. 12 SCV kills, commits into the fight. The Colossus, they get so much damage behind this. They clean everything up. The Colossus, they snowball out of control. GG gets called. And Shameless, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. If you remember, I was concerned that Shameless would not be able to punish the greed out of Nicoract, but Nicoract was completely out of position. He missed the army move out. He himself, half his army was across the map. He also was not on top of the ramp either. Remember, Shameless, he had to push up a ramp into that position outside of the natural. Nicoract wasn't there to stop him. If he was aware of the army movement, Nicoract's on the high ground, then he can fight for the ramp. But he was out of position, missed the army got up the ramp. He got up the ramp, he got into the high ground. GG gets called, and Shameless takes game 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Nicoract, everything was going Nicoract's way. He had the stronger economy. He was building up the better army as well. He was taking up into ghosts. He was looking to power up into his ghost production, into his armory, into a longer game. But he didn't see the push, didn't see the move out, didn't spot the army. GG. GG, well played. Whew, okay, with that, we're getting into game 2. This time a smaller map of the map pool. Now, the likelihood of trying to get away with fast 3cc, you cannot do this on Blackrock. The third base location of this map is very open, it's very exposed. Both third base locations, so the idea of being greedy here, you will get punished. We should be seeing a different build out of the Terran. This morning, in the bottom left hand corner of Blackrock, we have the blue Protoss player, as we do have to un momento fix up our player names. There we go. We have our blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Stony Bulls, leading the series 1-0. It is Shameless. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the purple Terran player, the purple Terran himself representing Stony Bulls. It is Nicoract. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into game number 2 here, and we'll see how this series continues. Again, Nicoract, I was favoring him in that last game. He was getting away with his build, getting away with his greed, but he was out of position. He missed the movement. He was out-positioned, I should say. Coming into Blackrock, we should be seeing a different dynamic. Now, as I mentioned, we have our third bases. We have the low ground triangular third. We have the linear third base as well. We were alluding to this, but you can see just how open and accessible the linear third base is if the rocks are dealt with. Massive entrance here, massive entrance here. It can be very difficult to try to turtle up and defend on your 3 base counts. Likewise, even here as well with that larger entrance. There is a more narrow choke point here in the center, but it can be opened up by knocking down these rocks. On the previous map, on washouts, because of the high ground and the elevated positions, it is easier to defend on 3 bases. As you saw, it is possible to break a 3-basing player, especially if they're out of position, but here it's going to be much more difficult. So we should be seeing something more aggressive out of Nicoract, something much more aggressive, much more intense in the early to mid game. We're expecting either like a 1-1-1 into early mine drop play, into say a tank move out later on. We could go into cloak banshee play, for example. True, Terran players, they do have a lot of options coming into the early to mid game, whether it's mine drops, Hellion drops, proxy starport, banshee play, committed tank drops as well early on. We'll see. We'll see where Nicoract goes. And we'll see if Shameless can keep up. I would assume a safer build out of Shameless this time. Last game, he was very tech heavy and got away with all that tech due to Nicoract's greedier build. This time, we might go for a third gateway early on. We'll see. So I had the probe on the right hand side. You have my attention. Este Shameless. Twilight Council opener. No, I mean, going to DTs is something that we do see from time to time. Are we willing to hide a Dark Shrine? If that was true, we would throw it in the pylon soon. The Reaper does escape, does pull away. Yeah, we just think about it. We throw it in the pylon. Are we hiding that Dark Shrine? Oh boy. I see HVK in the chat is For some reason, we already went through this. What? Why are you spamming? Take a break. Spam somewhere else. Get your copy pasta somewhere else, papi. As for now, we're going for our Dark Shrine. As we mentioned, is going to be hiding his Dark Shrine in the corner of the map. We did mention earlier in the Twitch chats that we're not here to discuss balance more, especially mid-tournament. I respect the players. We're here for the players. As Reaper Hell is going to be dealt with here, 4 probes do go down. This is some okay damage. Scans the main base, looking for tech, and does see only 1 gateway in the main base, 1 gateway with the natural. Does he notice that something is quite off? Does he notice? Dark Shrine is almost done. DTs are coming. At the same time, we're going Cloak Banshee, but there is that defensive robo. We will have access to observers. Dark Shrine is now done and shows the DTs. So our Templar, they're warping in, they're moving out. Behind this, we are holding onto a scan. Yeah, Nicoract, he has 2 scans available. He should be fine. As long as he doesn't mule. DT's able to in, and we have that scan. Yeah, there it is. Nicoract catching out the initial Dark Templar. Does catch him out. Second DT waddles in. Once again, Nicoract, he does have a scan. And Nicoract defends. Nicoract, he defends, he shuts us down. Behind this, we have again Blink that is going to be finishing up. We saw we're going for a 3rd gateway. So delayed 3rd expansion here by Shameless. 3rd gateway into Dark Shrine, and so far this is not worth it. Has not been worth it of Shameless. And the Banshees, they still have potential. They're still out there. Nicoract, he makes his way bottom left. Does make his way over. Nice catching on the observer. Back at home, Shameless is in position. He's got his stalkers. He has 2 stalkers with Blink. Bay's on the way, working towards Colossus. But again, it's a very shaky game here for Shameless. And these Banshees, they can one-shot. And 1, 2, 3 probes going down. Nice start. Banshees, they pull away. And they can always go back in. They can always go back in. You know, Nicoract trying to break out as well. Behind this, we built up into a 3-1-1, and we pull a couple of boys here to repair, but I believe we should be expanding with this. We're expecting a 3rd CC. As here comes Nicoract. The move I get spotted. The first Colossus, I believe, is going to be out in time. He's going to have 1 Colossus to defend. Oh, even catches the Medivacs. No, Nicoract! Yeah, the Medivacs are being thrown away. Losing 1, losing 2. Ooh, both Medivacs go down. At the same time, the Banshees, they are wreaking havoc. That's where Nicoract's attention was. 8 probes. 8 probe kills. Good damage to the Banshees. But the main army is that much weaker. That much less stims. Tanks are exposed. The Immortal coming in on top of the tank. The boys are being pulled as well, and the tanks are going to go down. The wide shot. Oh my god, massive connection. 25 probe kills. Oh my god. Shameless. No. Yeah, Shameless, he throws away his mineral line. 25 probe kills. Insane damage. That was 9 workers in the main, of course, and the rest here outside of the 3rd. And Shameless, he will survive. He will clean up the tanks. He'll force back the push. But was that worth it? Ah, no. The mines, pappy. As Nicoract, his 3rd CC is morphing into the orbital. Nicoract is getting his 3rd up and running. Disruptor's on the way. That was worth it for the mine, for sure. For the for the Terran player. Ah, no. Yes, now Nicoract can expand, claim his third base. We have the Academy on the way. Really interesting, though, that we're switching into Disruptors this early on. I feel like typically a Protoss player would build up like a robust, like 3 Colossus counts, like around 3 Colossus, and then switch to Disruptors. Here we're switching a little bit earlier. Now we're claiming the 4th. I think Shameless is better off than before the fight. Sorry, I should clarify my statement here. I believe that Shameless could have defended that without losing 25 probes. I should make that clear. Because he had lost all those workers on top of defending, it does mean that Nicoract actually, despite not maybe breaking the third base or maybe not killing Shameless like that, there's still value gained from his push because he killed so many probes. I assume that everything that I just said was, you know, was implied, but I'll clarify. As again, Shameless is claiming his 4th base, Nicoract building up his 3rd. Ghost production has begun, now working towards Vikings. Yeah, the game will continue. So far, I'm favoring Nicoract's army that he's building up, but bearing in mind that it's always hard to judge a Disruptor-heavy composition, this might also be one of the reasons why we switch into Disruptors so soon, is because Novas, they're very like high-risk, high-reward, right? If a couple of Novas connect, you can make up a supply deficit. You could be down 20 supply, 30 supply even, and take a better fight with Novas. True. As we're building up a lot of Disruptors. This also means that the Viking transition here from Nicoract is going to be less useful. That's a lot of Vikings already. We have 8, soon to be 10 Vikings. And their use is going to be quite limited in the engagement, in the fight. Observer does spot the army. Shameless responds. Disruptors are moving in. And shows the Novas. Oh. There's a scan. Does spot the Disruptors. First Nova mainly zones. There are, how many? There's 6 Disruptors in total, so 5 Novas left. Nicoract is now aware of what he's pushing into. Does get 1. Yeah, 1 Disruptor goes down. Ooh, does catch out 2 Ghosts. The Novas, they connect. That's 3 Novas going off. There's 2 left. Yeah, still 2 Novas left. And that was a brutal pick off here. Nicoract is maxed out. He is maxed, but he cannot push in. Not into all these Disruptors. And Shameless claims a 5th. He claims a 5th base. Shameless fights back, catching out a medevac. Let's get medevac Stalkers, they get punished. Yeah, Disruptors, they were too far behind. They were lagging behind. Nice side on the Colossus. So Shameless, a bit of miscontrol with his army. But now he has everything together. Who catches who? Uh-oh. Nicoract, he doesn't know. Yeah, Nicoract, he does miss the entire army, and Shameless, he ignores Nicoract here. Base trade, let's go. Nicoract turns around. Nicoract, he does turn back around. That's a kill, not a cancel. Kills the CC. And we're going for the Planetary. Yeah, Planetary is going to go down as well. Again, Nicoract completely out of position. Losing 2 bases. Does race back over. And Shameless should get away. He should be able to pull away here. As he does pull back. Remember, he still has those Novas. First Nova goes off. Raises a Marauder. Nova's premature. That's 2. That's going to be a 3rd Nova. There's still 3 left. Down to 2. 1. Oh no! Miscontrolled! He rallies in! Oh yeah, massive mistake there. Massive misstep. Shameless the Disruptors, they run into the army, and with that he'll lose a base. Yeah, it's a kill, not a cancel. Base goes down, again throws away most of his Disruptors. Down to how many? Down to 4. Down to 4 Disruptors. Shameless, we gotta be careful. Look after your Novas, Pappy. Look after your balls. These ones aren't made of steel, Pappy. Nice counterattack as Zell say warp into the main. And Shameless will ignore the main army. Once again, he just ignores the main army. Shameless going for the counterattack. And this time, we base trade. This time it's a base trade. Prism does fall in the main base. Fourth base is denied. Remember that Shameless can always recall. Oh, nice retargeting here on the sentry. Sentry does go down, and Nicoract, he turns around again? Oh. We can't turn around against an army that can recall. Never base trade a Protoss, Pappy. No. Disruptors, they try to buy some time. There's still one Nova left. Oh, sorry. Another one pops out. Oh, doesn't connect. Whew. Yeah, it does not connect. Meanwhile, Nicoract, he's down to one. He's down to one base remaining. And again, there's still plenty of recall options. Disruptors miscontrol. They don't spend the Novas. So 2 Disruptors, they get caught out. We have some freedom back at home. We got some liberation. As Nicoract is supply blocked. But he's going to kill all the production. Yeah, production's going to be going down. Stalkers are moving forward. Does focus on one of the... Oh, does focus on one of the Liberators. Colossus goes down. Big overextension. But cleans up the army. Yeah, cleans up the main army. Or the defending army. Now, when it comes to our main forces here, Nicoract, his main force, this main army is insane. Like, there's so much DPS here at GG. GG gets called, and Nicoract, he will take game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. GG. Whew, and GG, well played. What we were about to say here is that there's no production left. There was no... Ideally, when you're going to a base trade like this, you want to start your backup production as quickly as possible so you can spend your money and spend your resources. Shameless had a lot of bases, that's true, but he had no backup gateways, no backup robos, for example, either. So he had no army to work with. With that, he could not deal with the insane bio count of Nicoract. GG. GG, well played. There's a world where if Shameless had preserved his disruptors, if he had maybe utilized his defensive disruptors a little bit more effectively and efficiently, then there's a world where maybe he whittles away at the bio army, does chip away at it, it gets a little bit lower, he starts up extra gateways elsewhere so he can actually start to warp in and build up an army and reinforce. Then maybe we can have like a back and forth, but in that kind of position that there were no backup gateways, there was no backup production, did lose all his disruptors, did lose his Colossus across the map as well, so 0 splash damage. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into our next game. We're getting into our next matchup. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Stony Balls, being forced into a tied series here. It is Shameless. And spawning in the right hand corner, we have the purple Terran player. The purple Terran also representing Stony Balls as their teammates. It is Nicoract. We're going for the proxy. Let's go. We're going for a proxy. On a break, please take it easy. I wasn't literally spamming. I was simply behind the cusp. We mentioned it during previously, by the way, that I guess I can clarify this as well. We typically try to shut down any kind of balance discussion in the chat, especially during a tournament, because I mean the reality is we're here to enjoy the events. We're here to enjoy the broadcast. We're here to showcase Nicoract versus Shameless, a PvT as well. The idea of trying to steer the conversation and the direction of the chat towards like a PvZ balance discussion is very weird. I would say borderline disrespectful towards the competitors that are active here today, competing, playing in the finals, you know, for not just our entertainment but for prize money as well. So yeah, it's not just yourself, but like as a general statement, this is often why it's kind of weird when people try to make a discussion about balance during a tournament, like while people are competing. It's like it's a little bit weird because it just takes away from the broadcast itself. It takes away from what's going on here. There are other avenues or other platforms to have that kind of like balance discussion, like a personal personal streamer, or like the Reddit or Discord channel or something. I feel like a tournament chat is not the place to do that on, like when we're, you know, that's not what this broadcast is about. Of course. Know what it's about. So here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 3. Game number 3, again, we do see our initial proxy gateway here by Shameless going for 2 Zealots into the Gas, into the Cybercore, into a Reinforcing Stalker. Ideally, this will punish a low ground CC, and there is a low ground command center. Nicoract, he went for a standard economic opener, and Shameless is here to punish that economic start. He's here to force a cancel. They'll say move in. Yep, they will force a cancel. Again, this is the minimum amount of damage that Shameless was hoping for. Does force a cancellation, and can we pick up some SCVs? Boys are being pulled. Depot's getting low. Does get a Marine. Massive pickup. Takes down 1 Marine. There's 1 Marine left. It takes down the SCV as well. Bunker is still not yet done. And we'll pick up a second worker. Second SCV goes down. And it should be only 2, maybe 3. Oh, uno más. Oh my god, does get 3. Yeah, 3 SCV kills, so very nice start here for Shameless. He takes down 3 workers, does force a cancel, and will contain Nicoract on 1 base. Even forcing a factory as well, so Rax in the factory. 1 base heavy play here by Nicoract. Shameless, he is expanding, building up, and getting further ahead. Just has to make sure he doesn't get too greedy here against a potential 1 base all-in of Nicoract. Yeah, early stim. Very fast stim here. Nicoract being forced into the all-in. Shameless has had a good start, and we'll see if he can maintain said lead. Otherwise, Nicoract can catch him out. Catch him with his pants down. Have mercy on gambling addiction. Oh no. Pecoeta, you're an animal, Pappy. You're an animal. Yeah, so again, from here, again, we're rushing into Stim, Heavy Marines, early Cyclone production to reinforce. From here, Nicoract may just pull the boys. He may just pull the boys, but we are 100% 1 base all in. Behind this, Shameless is working towards charge. I do really like charge in this position. Zealots can be very efficient, especially against forced all-ins. If we can build up the Zealot count, of course. True. Oh, even here, force field in the army. Force field. Does catch him out. Nicoract is pushing. Stim is done in 10 seconds. It's a shame. Are we getting a third? Now is not the time. Here come the... sorry, I was going to say here come the boys. Not yet. From here, Nicoract, he's rallying. Shameless does pull back. No battery on the high ground, by the way. There is a sentry. There are some force fields. Let's go for hallucination. Does what the army. And Shameless, can he hold on? Charge is still 10 seconds away. And now pulling back. Charge just now finishing. Collapsing on the Marines. And does initially pick up a good amount of Marines, but there's now a second Cyclone. This also should be enough there. Yeah, they will be enough. They clean up every single Marine here. We spoke about this earlier. Charge, they shut down these buy pushes so hard, and Shameless takes game number 3, taking a 2-1 lead in the series. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Thankfully, Shameless wasn't too greedy, was setting up for a 3rd base, which would be 1 step too far. Rush into charge. Again, early charge like this can shut down these pushes, can shut down this aggression. Wasn't too greedy. GG. GG, well played. With that, Shameless, he will take a 2-1 lead in the series. Again, a really unfortunate start for Nicoract because he was going for an economic start. There was no SCV scout, for example. He had no idea as to what kind of danger he was in and was forced to cancel and was forced onto 1 base. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting to game number 4. Shameless is 1 game away from claiming the tournament and claiming the win. Nicoract has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. Oh, there's going to be a little bit of gamba here as we are getting into the Old Sun Temple. Let's go. Let's go. We're loading into a 4-player small map. And we'll see what kind of locations we spawn into, bearing in mind that close spawns favor aggression, diagonal spawns do favor longer games. Oh, and we have the answer here. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of the Old Sun Temple, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the Stowny Balls Protoss, leading the series 2-1, and looking to claim this tournament, it is Shameless. Gotta fix up the players. There we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the purple Terran player. His teammates also representing Stowny Balls. It is Nicoract. Let's go. Let us go, and welcome to the Old Sun Temple. Again, this is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in top left, bottom right, or top right as well. We do have close spawns here, and with these close spawns, it does favor aggression. It does favor early and mid-game aggression, I should emphasize. Typically that leans towards Terran play. Like, a lot of Terran all-ins can hit even harder here on the Old Sun Temple. Defending on 3 and 4 bases can be very difficult depending on how you expand, and I mean, even regardless of the third base location here, there's going to be an avenue of attack here. Aggressive here from Shameless. I would expect some very safe play though, like delaying the third base, like 2 base heavy, maybe tech heavy as well into fast Colossus. Curious to see how Shameless opens up. If we go for a higher gateway counts, earlier tech, we'll see. For now, we have to scout. So Shameless, he is going to be scouting the bottom left-hand corner. Going for the diagonal scout first. Checking the cross spawns. Meanwhile, double gas. Double gas opener out of Nicoract. A much safer start, a much more tech-heavy start as well. Funnily enough, if we saw this last game, then Nicoract would have a much easier time defending against the proxy. Unfortunately, this time, there is no proxy. There is no proxy. But regardless, again, double gas, faster factory. This leads into Reaper Hellion. It can lead into some more aggressive early game as well. We'll keep an eye on what is done with the factory and the timing of the starport. As Shameless does find Nicoract. Does find him. Does mean that 2 base all-ins are going to be hitting that much harder, just because Phoenixes and Oracles are both energy based and they're quite limited in how they can be utilized defensively. So this is a very risky choice here. Speaking of risky, behind this we're going for a second Rax before starport. Are we going for a third Rax before starport as well? Yep. 3-1-1. This is the setup, the beginnings of a 2 base all-in. So 3 racks before starport, heavy marine, early stim, a heavy amount of bio army, of course, delay on the starport, delay on the medevacs, early tank production. This screams 2 base all in. Okay. Meanwhile, the Reaper Heli does get across the map. We'll pick up the adept. One adept goes down. We make our way into the mineral line. Boys are being pulled. Oof. Catching at 1, 2, 3 probes. We get another Hellion shot. Oh my god, the probes are lining up. The probes, they line up at the end as well. 7, 8 probes go down. Shameless. 8 probes go down, and we got a full scout at the main base confirming the Stargate. Unfortunately, there's no safety cyclone. It was tank production into a delayed cyclone instead, so that is unfortunate, but the Marines are in position. Shameless does fight ahead on. It does pick up 1 Marine. Does get the revelation, does confirm the production. So Shameless, he scouts the build, he's fully aware. So far, the Oracle has yet to pay for itself. Rotates towards the natural where there are no Marines. Uh-oh. Going for the tank. Okay, going for the tank. Does dive on the tank and will bring it down. A very nice pick up. This will weaken the push. This will weaken the move out. As we did have a very early tank, now non-existent. Okay, Shameless. I mean, it's still a very, very shaky start for Shameless losing all those workers. But does snipe the initial tank. Here comes the main push from Nicoract. Stim is not going to factor in, not yet. The Oracle will backstab. The Oracle moves in. And with the battery, I don't really see Nicoract doing much damage here. Without Stim, he's not gonna overwhelm. Yeah, this is too much. 5, 6, 7? 6. Okay, 6 SCVs do go down. Stim is still not yet done. We're just all in. Yeah, we're just completely all in here. It's all or nothing. Either Nicoract kills his opponent or he dies trying, but this feels very messy. Not the cleanest all in. Let's catch a Stalker. Nice pickup. One Stalker goes down. Charge is not done. Nicoract, can he do it? Can he do it? Un poquito más. There are 2 batteries with the energy. There's no overcharge. Yeah, no energy for the overcharge. Army rushes in, takes out one of the pylons, depowers one of the batteries. Boys are being pulled. Massive tank shots. There's one tank behind this. Yeah, still has that one tank. And Nicoract, I believe he should break through. Yeah, he should break through. Cleans up all the boys, cleans up all the zealots. Marines, they stim in. And Nicoract, he breaks the natural. At the same time, the Oracle gets across the map and will harass, but again, the Oracle won't help here in the main defense. Nicoract pushing into the main. There's no sentry. Yeah, no sentry, no force field. Nicoract, he scans, he ensures that there is no force field waiting for him. And the Marines, they stim, and they win. They stim, and they win badly. Yeah, rushing on forward. Takes down the Cybercore. Only Zealot Warpins. The tank is a little bit exposed here, so we're diving on the tank. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're diving on the tank. Zealots, they trade decently well for themselves, but there's not enough. Yeah, not enough Zealots. GG gets called, and we are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG well played. We did mention previously here, of course, at the beginning of this game, how this map does favor all-ins with close spawns, and Nicoract, he did go straight for the 2-base all-in. It was still a very shaky game, but remember, Nicoract began this game off by killing so many probes at the beginning here. His Reaper Hellion got into the main base, crippled the economy. We did see some counter damage done with the Oracle. I was very concerned when the first tank went down, but in the end, Nicoract was still overwhelmed, and Charge was too late. Remember, Charge did complete after the Natural was killed. The Natural had already fallen, so did not come into play when it came to the initial defense. And now we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. Loading into game 5. I think close spawns are very good for Shameless in this matchup. I mean, I stand by what I said before, that close spawns typically favor Terran because these 2-base all-ins hit harder. It's a general statement, though, in saying that it just favors aggression from either side. So Protoss players can also try to be aggressive as well. It's just that it's something that Terran is more known for in TVP. Is like they're two, like I mean, you should. I'm sure you're aware if you watch a lot of StarCraft. 2-base all-ins from Terrans, they hit very, very hard. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of at Attorney's Edge, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Stony Bulls. So I have to fix up the player names. Representing Stony Bulls, we have the blue Protoss. It is Shameless. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the purple Terran player. The purple Terran also representing Stony Bulls. It is Nicoract. Let's go. Let us go. We're settling into the 5th and final game of the series of the tournament. We've made it all the way to the ace match, and again, this can end either way, but we are loading into at Attorney's Edge. Now, we've spoken about maps before, and this is one of the larger maps in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground. The idea of going for a 2-base all-in here, it's not ideal. It can work if it's hidden, but for the most part, the Protoss player has so much time to react, to respond, to slow down the push, so we should be expecting some more mid-game play instead, referring to 3-base saturation and 3-base play. We'll keep an eye on Nicoract. When it comes to your initial defensive position here as well, there is a choke point coming into. It's a bit of a like medium-sized choke point coming into the 3rd base. We have the high ground outside of the natural. Your 3-base setup here is relatively secure. When you take a 4th base, then you spread yourself a little bit more thin. But we have been seeing a decent chunk of mid to late game on at Attorney's Edge. Like, it's not a bad map to build up to 4 bases. There is a downside, though, as we go for the proxy. Now, what I was going to say, in a longer game, if the Terran player is forced to defend and forced to turtle, the issue here is the gold, right? The gold expansion is a big factor, and Protoss players are typically favored in longer games, especially when they mass expand, when they take control of the map, and they take the gold as well. But I'm getting ahead of myself because we're going for the proxy. We're waiting for the Cybercore proxy Stargate. Cybercore is almost done. Show us the Stargate. As Nicoract, he's on patrol. Checking for the expansion. Reaper's on the way. Stargate has been thrown down. And we'll see if Nicoract can piece together that tech is missing. That something is awry. Now, the Reaper poking in should confirm that the Nexus is nowhere to be found. There should be a Nexus at this point. So, late expansion pokes in. Gets eyes on a building pylon. And back at home is working on that factory. Bunker. Oh god. So this is a bit of a misread. Nicoract gets a bunker back at home upon seeing no expansion. This is ideal against like a proxy robo. But not against a Stargate. Tech Lab is on the way for the Cyclone. As Nicoract, he's just been trying to piece together what's going on. Cyclone is on the way. And we'll see what the Oracle can get done. There's 3 Marines to defend. And right now they're busy. Yeah, the Marines are busy. They do take down the Zealot. Nice pick off. The Zealot was still alive. We could force the army to be here at the ramp. As the Marines will zone away. And the Oracle gets 1, maybe 2. 1 SCV. Oh. There we go. Gets a second. 2 SCVs go down. That's a lot of hull damage though. Oh, that's a lot of damage here on the Oracle. Oracle backs off. Let FSA move in. And the Oracles overextend. Sorry, the Eps overextend. 1 Adept does go down, and so far Nicoract, he defends well. He defends very nicely here. The bunker was a little bit misplaced as Nicoract was trying to piece together what was going on. But again, if the Zealot was kept alive and if we could keep the Marines busy, then the Oracle could have gotten so much more damage. So crucial. That's... Oh, the Oracle even gets caught out. No, the Oracle goes down as well. Massive pickoff. And Shameless is in trouble. He's in trouble so far. Shameless, the Oracle did not pay for itself. Only killed 2 SCVs. The initial proxy is going to be shut down. And remember, Shameless, he delayed his natural for this. He delayed the natural base. It's a very late Nexus. And it has not been worth it. Nicoract gains map control. Shameless throwing down the battery, getting into immortal production. And we pull the boy. Let's go. We pull the boys. Nicoract going for the kill move. He's going for the kill shot. Does pull the boys all on 1 base. We spoke about how like 2 base all-ins are not ideal. What about 1 base all-ins? True. But remember, this is after Shameless got punished for the proxy that did nothing. Like it did no damage. So Nicoract, he's here to punish. Immortal is out. The ramp is defended. We'll take down the batteries, but can we break the Immortal? I mean, there are 2 Cyclones. Yeah, they lock on. Wow, massive lock-ons here. The battery is helping. There's the NG overcharge. Does overcharge the battery. The Immortal does barely break the lock-on. Oh, no! Break the lock-on! Break it! No! Oh my god, massive pick off. The Immortal goes down. The lock-on could not be broken. The tank is on the way, and Shameless is in trouble. He's in trouble here again. He did not save the Immortal. That was huge. That was the backbone of the army. There's a backup Immortal on the way, but now there's a tank. Now there's a tank. The tank has arrived. He's forcing Shameless's hand. The base will go down. Takes down the expansion. Prism is on the way. I don't think Nicoract can push up this ramp. With the second tank, he can leapfrog. He can leapfrog forward. Prism has arrived. Shameless trying to come in from behind. The lock-on. Oh my god. The Cyclones. They've been crazy this game. Cyclones, they've killed the Oracle, they killed the Immortal, and do they kill the Prism? They do! Jeez, the lock-on's crazy. Oh my god. Nicoract, calm down, baby, calm down. The tank shots, they punish. Yeah, 1, 2 Stalkers go down ahead of time. Massive tank shots on the Stalkers, and that's 4 Stalkers going down. Some brutal losses there for Shameless. Losing 4 Stalkers. Does have 2 Immortals though, true. But now we just reinforce the tank again. We reinforce again. We're within range of the Robo. That 1 Cyclone is still alive, by the way. And over time, this robot's going to go down. I think the prism pops out. If it's only just 2 tanks within range, yeah, the prism will pop. Okay, Nicoract, he's still rallying. Still rallying across. Getting up to 3 tanks. Jesus, not again. not again, Pappy, not again. Shameless, be careful. Oh, no. Okay, this time. Oh, God. No, it's going to go down. No, the prism goes down. The Immortals as well. GG gets called, and Nicoract, he will claim the series 3-2, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. Ay. GG, well played. Nicoract, he will claim the series. Shameless, you're an animal, Bob. You're an animal. I tried to come in from behind, tried to flank the army. Once again, the local on the prism was brutal, but we had a reinforcing Viking come in out of left field. We had the Viking. Starport was made back at home. And with that, Shameless got caught out completely. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Nicoract, hyper aggressive here. A lot of this also came down to the opener, winding it back. Remember, Shameless, he went for a proxy Stargate. He went for the proxy Stargate into the Oracle. If you recall, only killed 2 SCVs. Failed to really do any meaningful damage, delayed the expansion, and as soon as that got shut down, Nicoract, he pulled the boys. He just pulled the boys immediately. He just sent it across the map, punished Shameless for the failed proxy, for the shaky start. It was still a little bit back and forth there, but the MVP Cyclones, they locked onto everything, and the lock-on could not be broken. Cyclones, they killed the Oracle, they killed the Warp Prism, they killed the Immortal, and they were part of killing the final Warp Prism as well. Insane pickoffs with those Cyclones. GG, well played. Whew. And with that, congratulations to Nicoract. Nico, papi, Nico does take down Shameless and is going to be our champion for the first time in a long time. I feel like it's been a while. As we mentioned before, of course, some of the other regulars when it comes to our tournaments were not available tonight due to the Pigsty Festival, also due to GSL CK as well, so a lot of the Koreans were tied up. Did allow for the Europeans to compete amongst each other, and that made for an amazing finals. GG, well played. Congratulations to Nicoract. Shout out to Shameless for making it to the finals and for making a series out of this as well, for sure. Shout out to our top players. Now, before I forget, we kind of ran into that first game, into the tournament, into the series, I should say. But before I forget, it's still time for one more thing. It's Gamba time. If you remember, every single week in our Sparkling Tuna Cup, we do have a raffle. We have a random participation raffle for all of our players here. And this week, we have 11 eligible players. 11 players are eligible here for the random raffle. It's 5 USD. 5 USD goes to a random player. We usually do this before the finals, but because of the Pigsty Festival, we didn't really have much time before the finals to jump in, so we've held it for now. Saving it, of course. You can go to anyone. You can go to a finalist, or you can go to a player that got knocked out in the first round. All are eligible unless there was a walkover. And you can see here, we did have 12 players signed up and checked in, but Lika at the very top there against Signier did not compete, so he is ineligible for the raffle. That's why you can see the 99 and 0. That is the signifier of a walkover win. So he didn't play his matches, so he is not eligible for the raffle. Everyone else is though, whether it's Camo, Perceive, Mr., Nicoract, Eba, Shameless, Honmono, Minizerg. Let's go. Petagamba. Just a way to spread the love, and spread the support to some of the other players. As this week, congratulations to... Oh, okay, congratulations to Perceive, as he does walk away with 5 USD. GG well played, Perceive. Again, shout out to Chovka being the runner-up, Nicoract being 3rd place, Camo, Honmono, and Minizerg at the very end there. They don't quite make the cuts. But congratulations here to Perceive. Does earn... Oh. Does earn the random raffle. As with that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the day. Likewise, heading on over here when it comes to our weekly schedule, you can see we just wrapped up with our Tuesday evening broadcast. Tomorrow we're going to be live with the Pegasus Cup. We have Pegasus Cup tomorrow morning. We have Kung Fu Cup tomorrow evening. We have StarCraft Evolution League on Thursday and Friday. We have the Pondcast on Thursday, SDO on Saturday, and Tuna Cup again on Sunday. You might be looking at this, might be thinking, hold up, we have 2 Tuna Cups this week? Kind of. If you remember, last Sunday was RSL. Usually Tuna Cups are on Sundays, but every now and then there's like a Home Story Cup or a Revival StarCraft League or a GSL Finals. If a big event like that is on the weekend, we're usually casting it. We were casting RSL, we cast GSL, we cast Home Story Cup. So whenever that happens, we do typically move Tuna Cup to a weekday. That's why Tuna Cup was on Tuesday this week, but now RSL is going to be on hiatus until BlizzCon, so the weekends are free again. Tuna Cup is back. Tuna Cup is back on Sundays, so that's why we have Tuna Cup. The next Tuna Cup is going to be in a couple of days' time on Sunday, back on schedule. So again, this is a weekly tournament. Every single week we have the Tuna Cup here, typically featuring some of the top Koreans, but this week, because of other events going on, those top Koreans, a lot of them were otherwise preoccupied and busy playing in other events, but they should be back over the weekend. They should be back. Likewise, if you want to support our tournaments, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis, so you can help fund and help grow the Tuna Cup via the Patreon. So thank you so much to all of our current patrons. Thank you so much for all of your support. We're able to host this event for as long as we have due to the Patreon, and you can help us grow it even further via the Patreon as well. Thank you so much. Just catching up. Nico saves my gamba. Oh no. I'm here to chew gum and punish, and I'm all out of gum. Oh no. But with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it. Again, our next broadcast is going to be in around 11 hours. 11 hours time is going to be Pegasus Cup. Otherwise, in less than 24 hours, we'll be live with Kung Fu Cup. Enjoy yourselves. Take care. Have a great rest of your week, and we'll see you guys next time for some more StarCraft. Very quickly as well, if you want to support us in another way, in a non-monetary way, Patreon is there. True. You can subscribe on Twitch. You can become a member on YouTube. You can donate, of course, as well. You can tip. Or you can just follow us. Socials. !Socials in the chats. You can follow us on YouTube and all of our other socials. We do post whenever we go live, so you can check us out on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Discord. Or if you can't watch something live, and if you want to watch Home Story Cup or RSL or GSL or more Tuna Cup or StarCraft Evolution, the VODs are all on YouTube. So YouTube is the place to be for VOD content. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Ciao. Bye. Ciao. See you next time.